streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
You know, when this song starts playing, I can't not play the entire thing. I mistimed the pause button, but you know what? Now you're gonna have to listen to this entire thing while I struggle to post a selfie on Twitter because it runs so poorly. Hello, everybody!
His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when JD Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think JD Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
This solo always gets me, man. So good.
Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, Annie. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Boy Meets Mini. Thank you for the raid. Hello, The Blue Witch. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Boy Meets Mini. What were you talking on your critical racing theory stream? Hello, BDS's BDE. Hello, Jessica the Black. Hello, Alex Roivas. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. How you doing? How you doing, Draconics? Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Tubian. Hello, Laishi. Hello, Archery Finn. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Blue. Hello, Lee Kestner. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. And Blue, to answer your question, that would be Christina in our community, also known as Gamergy. Hello, Rhombus. Hello, Alan Dresner. Hello, Banana Brain ZEF. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, The Death of Death. Hello, with Otro. Hello, Gat Earthrid. Hello, Odd Spectre. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Ms. Gender Lynn. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Social Psych Explainer. Hello, Boy Meets Mini. You get 2 because you rated. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello. You were virtual trucking and reacting to videos about labor and stuff? Hell yeah. That is a vibe. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Zoomy Deer. Hello, PC Schwarz. Hello, Olive Rider. Hello, Big Thur. Hello, Winbee. Hello, Cannabo Brex. Hello, one and all. Hello, Tipster. How you doing, Tippy? Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. And, Salmon Moose?
How can we all have died at the same time?
Hello, one and all. How we all doing? It was very quiet. I'm sorry I didn't have music playing for a few minutes. This looks bad for Tim. It's true. Fence-sitting Tim. Not so fence-city anymore. We'll talk about that in a bit. How we all doing, folks? Remember, hit the follow button on Twitch if you haven't yet. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs and donos. This show is only made possible due to the generous contributions of viewers like you. Thank you. And OS Crane, hello, Spectral Pyre. Sorry, I was late. I had many things to do today. And guys, my new fitness arc is going very, very well. I had a delicious soup. Spicy soup. Spicy, what was it? Tortilla soup? Corn tortilla soup? Something like that? Not really chicken tortilla soup. Hello, Paladin Lost.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins inside, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that
With
noise?
the tortillas you liked from yesterday?
Days full.
No, I had those for breakfast. I had like a little bit of my cottage cheese taco meat concoction. With some like refried black beans and eggs with like some taco sauce on top. And it was very, very delicious earlier in the day. And then, yeah. Did you use the keto tortillas for the soup? No. What? What was it called? Okay, it's called tortilla soup, but there are no tortillas in it. But you can add corn chips, which I did, and it was very good. Had a lot of peppers and beans and chicken broth and chicken in it. It was very good. Yeah, it's called Frontier Soups, and you put salsa in it. And then they say that it's a tortilla soup, but it actually doesn't have any tortillas in it. The soup is a lie. Indeed. Did I eat the keto tortillas? I did, and they were delicious this morning, not in the soup. Big Esther, I bet that if you go over to riverboat.gg, someone will gift you a sub over there. I'm just throwing that out there. I usually get a bag of whole wheat tortillas and lightly break them and then top the soup with them. Yeah, I did that a bit with Blues Red Hot chips. They're very good. Highly recommend those chips. Not a paid sponsorship, but it should be. How we all doing, folks? Just knocking my headphones on the ground. Whole wheat tortilla chips. Nice. I just learned you can replicate your favorite items from your last jobs for basically nothing, so that's nice. Hell yeah. So, folks, I think we should start off with the news from today. But we're gonna get there. Okay, we're gonna take a little roundabout way. Okay, this is the story of fucking around and finding out. And it was participated in by one Timothy Poole. Now, Tim Poole decided that he would attempt to sue the Kamala Harris administration. This was like a day or so ago, like 5 days ago, I guess. Now, for specifically this tweet, okay? Trump operatives say their Project 2025 plan is to give Trump total unchecked legal power so they can jail and execute those who don't support Trump if he wins. They have since scrubbed this video from YouTube. And, well, we'll get there. Here's the video. Here's the video.
Should Democrats be in jail? No question. When Donald Trump gets elected, should he start locking them up? No question. Should there be lists of Democrats that need to go to jail? 100%. And the reason for that is they've committed crimes. We need to make sure that when Donald Trump wins, we've got an attorney general, a deputy attorney general, a head of the CIA and the FBI. Kash Patel would be fantastic. We can have attorney general. There's some names floating around. And then they can start having their investigators and the feds issuing subpoenas, pulling up evidence, and with real evidence, bring them to judges for warrants. Then these people can spend three years of their lives fighting tooth and nail for the crime against the government for crimes they committed, and we can prove. Yeah. And the reason why we put them on trial is that we can show.
Damn, it's crazy that a bunch of Democrats committed crimes that you can prove, and yet you aren't pursuing legal action against them.
The whole world, we will.
You know, if someone does that, you could file a police report. Actually, that's kind of how those work.
We'll uncover what you've done. We will make sure everyone knows, and you will be held accountable for it.
Not just jail, they should get the death penalty. You know, we actually used to have the punishment for treason in this country.
Yeah, we covered this when it happened. Laura Loomer literally followed up Tim's comment there by calling for mass executions of Democrats. just in case you guys caught that. And Tim Poole cut the segment. He cut the live stream. Immediately cut it. And then came back being like, oh, people keep saying Democrats should die. I don't get it. So, yeah, Tim Poole doesn't want you to see that. And, of course, now Tim Poole says he's taking legal action against Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's Democratic campaign over the accusation of being or hosting a Trump operative with Laura Loomer. Let's just see his argument here, just real quick.
The tweet in question refers to me as a Trump operative. I do not work for the Trump campaign. I've never received any money from the Trump campaign or Trump PACs. We have received no outside investment for this show.
That might become relevant in like 2 minutes.
for anything related to Timcast Media Group, we were
They're a person who works towards achieving the objectives of a larger interest. D. Of Merriam-Webster's dictionary. I think
Good job, Lance from the Surfs.
legally, within the bounds of the English language, if you are someone who is consistently promoting Donald Trump, consistently vilifying Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or their campaign or the Democrats, trying to get Donald Trump elected, saying that you're going to vote for Donald Trump, saying you're donating money to Donald Trump's campaign, bringing on people who work on Donald Trump's campaign, or bringing on other people promoting Donald Trump's campaign to once again promote Donald Trump, all of that would probably fall within the bounds of a person who works towards achieving the objectives of a larger interest.
That is how that works. Now, what's funny and interesting about this is, well, here's the news of the day, everyone. Here's the news of the day. According to CNN, Department of Justice alleges Russia-funded U.S. media company linked to right-wing social media stars. Now, which stars, might you say? Clearly, it must be the hypocritical left who is up to their old shenanigans once again. The unnamed Tennessee-based company that the Department of Justice alleges was being funded by Russian operatives working as part of a Kremlin-orchestrated influence operation targeting the 2024 U.S. election is Tenet Media. Now, folks, if you've been following this channel for any length of time, you've actually seen me cover Tenet Media and their fledgling operations as they've slowly revved into operation heading into the 2024 election cycle. I've talked about their videos. I've talked about the media that they're putting out there. And, notably, if you go to my YouTube channel, I have like a 3 or 4 hour long segment about covering the history of the Roman Empire. A Tim Pool podcast where he interviews a neo-Nazi white supremacist about the real history of the Roman Empire. And it's some fascinating stuff, but this is too good. This is too good, okay? Tim Pool's entire reputation is basically as in his own words, milquetoast fence sitter, someone who operates the center of any given argument, the enlightened centrist archetype. And he claims to not have any kind of affiliation with the right or the left. He's a libertarian centrist. And well, in his own words here, what did he say here? What was that?
Trump PACs. We have received no outside investment for this show.
Oh. For this show. Interesting. Let's take more looks at this article here. All right. The indictment unsealed in New York's Southern District. By the way, worth noting, an indictment being unsealed is not the same as an indictment being leaked to the press. It is officially open for public viewing when an indictment is unsealed. This is not like the evil leftist media is coming for Tenet Media. No, that's not it. That's not what's happening. Worth pointing that out because the conspiracy machine is already revving up about this among right-wing influencers. But let's take a look here. The indictment unsealed in New York's Southern District accuses 2 employees of RT, the Kremlin's media arm, of funneling nearly $10 million to an unidentified company described only as Company One in court documents. CNN has independently confirmed that Company One is Tenet Media, which is a platform for independent content creators. It is self-described as a network of heterodox commentators that focus on Western political and cultural issues, according to its website, which is very careful language on its part, I might add. The goal of the operation, according to prosecutors, because prosecutors are involved, was to fuel pro-Russian narratives, in part by pushing content and news articles favoring Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and others who the Kremlin deemed to be friendlier to its interests. And the indictment also says Company One's website identifies 6 commentators. Who could they be? Among the commentators listed at Tenet Media's website are right-wing personalities Benny Johnson and Tim Pool. That's right, Benny Johnson, the guy behind the hit video series The Left Can't Meme. Which, if you don't remember it, that is a blessing upon your psyche, and I wish you well in your ignorance. And Tim Pool. Both have millions of subscribers on YouTube and other social media platforms. Pool interviewed Trump on his podcast in May. In separate statements released Wednesday, Johnson and Pool said they were victims of the alleged scheme and said they maintained editorial control of the content they had created. Yeah, you know, they were the real victims here, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars from an unknown source that really wanted them to be pro-Russia. That sounds unbiased to me. That sounds unbiased. No, that's totally biased. You're literally being a paid propagandist, man. All right. Here, let's take a look at Benny Johnson's statement over here. A statement on the leaked DOJ indictment today. See, interesting choice of words from Benny Johnson here. Leaked DOJ indictment. It wasn't leaked. It was unsealed by the court. It's not being leaked to the media. It's not illicitly being shared with media sources. A year ago, a media startup pitched my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arm's-length deal, which was later terminated. We are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. My lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise. Gotta say, this doesn't sound like a run-of-the-mill deal. Now, I would never state or suggest otherwise. I have no knowledge, direct knowledge of these events. And so I make no claims about Benny Johnson's impeccable moral fortitude. I will say, however, that if it was a standard arm's-length deal, I don't know that the Department of Justice would be looking at indicting you for it. So that sounds, just with my, reason and faculties, this sounds not quite right. I can't put my finger on it, but, far be it from me to claim I have any insider knowledge here. Obviously, Benny Johnson and his team of lawyers have nothing to fear because the truth is on their side. Now, let's take a look at Tim Pool's statement, just real quick here. Now, you'll have to forgive me because the only statement that currently exists is actually as a screenshot. Because Tim Pool posted it and then deleted it, probably under the advice of his lawyer, which is probably good advice. However, the damage is already done because it exists on the internet and we have the entire thing. My statement regarding allegations in the leaked DOJ indictment. Again, not leaked, unsealed. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. Tim. Just real quick. Just real quick. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
I think I've pissed off basically everybody. That's what happens when you're a free thinker.
Free speech is under attack that we self-censor. Maybe they take us down individually. It's a lot harder to do when we're grouped together in this way.
When the media says dissident or anti-establishment, I mean, when I hear it, I think based, very cool.
Independent media, actual media's most important job is holding these people accountable.
Oh, independent media.
The challenge for all of us is to not be passive participants in letting the country slip away.
That's so interesting. What a rousing statement. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. God, we need this. One second. Oh my God. Why? Why are you like this? Why is Google like absolutely unusable now? Tipster, thank you for gifting Gayfesh a sub. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Where is it? I could swear to you guys that Tenet Media existed under the auspices of the Timcast podcast show, which now is an umbrella network that covers a bunch of other stuff. Just real quick. God damn it. All right, here we go.
I worked for several massive corporate news organizations, and what did I learn? They lie. The exciting thing about Tenet is an opportunity to team up, forming a supergroup and actually helping to establish and build culture and build an anti-establishment media
Tenet Media isn't a podcast
apparatus. The show we're producing for Tenet is the Culture War Podcast.
There we go.
The reason we launched the Culture War Podcast is that too often these political talk shows just devolve into entertainment-style drama. We need to have real, reasonable conversations in a
real, reasonable conversations paid for by the Kremlin. Yeah.
way in which ideas are actually being challenged and expressed and not just pandering to e-drama nonsense. I'm Tim Pool for Tenet.
I had no idea I was on the payroll of the Russian government. No idea whatsoever. Impossible for me to know. I simply got oodles of money. I assumed it was because people liked my content. Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else at the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet, and it will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. The only change with the agreement was that the location of the live broadcast moved to Tenet's YouTube channel. Never at any point did anyone other than I have full editorial control of the show, and the contents of the show are often apolitical. Examples include discussing spirituality, dating, and video games. Yes, all those things, famously apolitical. You know, like spirituality. Famously, no wars have ever been fought over spirituality. None whatsoever. Anyway, the show is produced in its entirety by our local team without input from anyone external to the company, except for, of course, the oodles of money he was paid for the show. The TCW is separate or TCW is separate company, not associated with timcast.com or other properties. It exists solely for the production of the Culture War podcast. That's so weird. That being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Well, it's not only allegations, it's a goddamn indictment. Like, that's not... That's a bit more serious, my guy. That being... Putin is a scumbag, Russia sucks donkey balls, and to the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what's currently going on, you can eat my Irish ass. There you have it, folks. If you're a journalist out there, you are cordially invited to eat Tim Pool's ass. I don't know if you guys are interested in that kind of thing, but anyone who is can certainly reach out to Tim Pool. It's weird of him to show his ass like this, but, you know, what can we say about that? And, I don't know. All I'm gonna say is suddenly a lot of Tim Pool's segments make some sense.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats.
Yeah, he never had his ideological position on this shifted by a boatload of money from Russia.
Stress again, one of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
It's crazy. It does the whole bit. It does the whole bit. I'm not going to play the entire thing. That being said, like, it's actually crazy. The amount of ammo this indictment has is wild, guys. On Wednesday, the Biden administration announced a sweeping set of action to tackle a major Russian government-backed effort to influence the 2024 U.S. presidential election, including sanctions on 10 individuals and entities and the seizure of 32 internet domains. At Russian President Vladimir Putin's direction, 3 Russian companies used fake profiles to promote false narratives on social media. U.S. Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco said in a statement, internal documents produced by one of those Russian companies show one of the goals of the propaganda effort was to boost the candidacy of Trump or whoever emerged as the Republican nominee for president, according to an FBI affidavit. Now, what's in the indictment, you might ask? Well, good of you to ask that question, because we have here New York Times Visual Investigations reporter Eric Toller on the case. A new DOJ indictment alleges that RT employees covertly funded and directed a U.S. company with $10 million in order to push pro-Russia content. Now, of course, this is Tenet Media. And, wowee. It is indeed, the indictment describes them to a T, down to quoting the about page of their website. Now, the indictment specifies that 2 of the people who work for this Tennessee company, Tenet, were deceived, meaning they didn't know that the Russian government was running an influence op. Dave Rubin has 2.4 million subscribers, and Tim Pool has 1.37 million. Because, lest you forget, Dave Rubin was in that about video for Tenet Media. So Dave is having a bad week, guys. And you might notice here, in the indictment, it says only that 2 of the founders, one being Lauren Chen, notable for being a conservative, transphobic bigot, worked together to deceive 2 U.S. online commentators, Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, who respectively have over 2.4 million and 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. So the indictment lists their subscriber numbers, and wouldn't you know, it corresponds directly with the Rubin Report and Tim Pool. Now, if this is true, it's very noteworthy that the indictment only specifies 2 members of Tenet Media. And only those 2, which may imply some level of culpability of the remaining influencers at Tenet Media. Now, of course, I can't say anything definitive. I don't have insider information. But yeah, this is a no good, very bad day for the conservosphere. Benny Johnson also has almost 2.4 million, but they apparently rounded down from 1.37 million, 1.3 with Tim Pool. So I figured Rubin's 2.44 million, 2.4 million was the same. Now, what's interesting is I haven't looked at what Dave Rubin's statement on this might be. Let's take a look. What's Dave Rubin saying? Well, what's Dave Rubin saying? And of course, we have to go to the most reliable news source on Dave Rubin, Dave Clips, aka Dave Rubin Clips II parody. We have a statement on the DOJ indictment. Statement on the DOJ indictment. Hey guys, high-level ideas. These allegations clearly show that I and other commentators were the victims of this scheme. I know absolutely nothing about any of this fraudulent activity, period. People of the Internet was a silly show covering viral videos which ended 4 months ago. The DOJ has never contacted me regarding this matter, and I have no intention to comment further. Screenshot directly from the indictment speaks for itself. Oh, interesting. I wonder if Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson are both fighting to be like commentator 1, the guy with 2.4 million views they're fighting over who got duped more. This is crazy. This is crazy, dog. Incredible stuff. It's truly a good day. Now, interestingly, here's another part. On or about February 15th, 2024, Afanasieva, as Helena Shudra, shared with U.S. Company One a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. They posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, producer 1 privately messaged founder 2 on Discord, "They want me to post this," referencing the video that FNS Yeva, I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry, had posted. "But it just feels like overt shilling," said producer 1. Founder 2 replied that founder 1, quote, "thinks we should put it out there." Producer 1 acquiesced, responding, "All right, I'll put it out tomorrow." Oh, it's Tucker Carlson, everybody. Incredible stuff. Good journalism. Good journalism. Independent, even. Interestingly enough, on or about November 1st, 2023, one of the 6 commentators listed on U.S. Company One's website, Commentator 6, posted a video on YouTube announcing the launch of U.S. Company One. In the video, Commentator 6 explained that the U.S. Company One was a project of Founder 1 and Founder 2, who were, quote, trying to build a new platform for independent media, unquote. With the initial lineup of 6 content creators, namely Commentator 1 through Commentator 6. Oops. We got Matt Christensen over here. Interesting stuff. We got a whole lineup of conservative folks implicated in this entire scheme. It's actually wild stuff. Wild stuff. Just say Helena. I will. I will. Matt Binder, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are just talking about the absolute implosion of Tenet Media, and it's a good day. We're eating good, folks. We're eating good today on the bones of conservative propaganda. Lefty audio raid? Hell yeah, let's go. Wait, is my audio lefty audio? Am I? Does the audio sound bad? I had some audio problems at the beginning of stream, so let me know. Matt Binder, I hope you had a great stream. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. The timeline is weirdly healing. Emphasis on weird, indeed. I do have to say, I do find it very funny, and this is from The Guardian on this. Tenet Media's shows in recent months have featured high-profile conservative guests, including Donald Trump's daughter-in-law and RNC co-chair Lara Trump, former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, and Republican U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake. Now, one story that actually got kind of lost in the shuffle on my channel anyway, I do need to subject all of you to, because, you know, I think maybe we can attribute this particular music video with being one of the last things boosted by Tenet Media. I have no way of proving this, but it is pretty funny here. Let's take a look. Speaking of Lara Trump. Incredible stuff. Not this, it's this.
You give your life just to save another life. No, this can't be your job. You gotta have it in you. You're risking yours for someone you don't even know. This can't be a talent, must be a gift. You're going through the fire and the flames.
You're not high enough for this, that's probably
You're
true.
my hero. You're my hero. You're climbing up the
What are you watching? You're watching Lara Trump's new music video, guys.
getting louder. You're my hero. You're my hero.
Without your bravery, we're all out of luck. No,
I don't know who the first singer is. This is Lara Trump.
this can't be denied. You gotta be special.
You gotta be special.
It takes a lot to put you last and everybody first. This can't be for likes. With your heart they can make gold. Even if yours is compromised, we're both trapped under.
Can I say this sounds like an AI generated song? Like, they're showing two real women singing, but it sounds AI generated, man. Like, just the lyrics, the audio, the music.
These rubble skies, it's your will, don't ever let go of a life. You're going through the fire and the flames getting higher. You're my hero. You're my hero. You're climbing up the ladder.
Can I ask why they're wearing like fancy dresses on the fire escapes? Like, I understand that like the lyrics are about climbing up the ladder, etc., but like the vibe is rancid.
And the screams getting louder.
Can we please stop? No.
You're my hero.
Not until we get more subs and donos.
You're my hero. You're my hero. My hero.
Yeah, I've subjected a person of color to a whole lot of white women's autotune. I'm sorry. This is truly my most racist moment.
My hero, my hero.
Okay, I do have to ask. Are these real pictures of firefighters? And if so, are they still alive? Like, I want to know, because I wouldn't put it past Lara Trump to use pictures of dead firefighters for her music video. And I also wouldn't put it past Lara Trump to use AI-generated pictures of firefighters for her music video. Did they get permission? Excellent question, guys. Thought she was an Ann Coulter impersonator for a second. I mean, that's basically like, yeah, that's basically the Trump family in a nutshell.
Going through the fire, the flame.
They are all deceased in the line of duty? Oh my god. No, can I...
Stop the pain. BWA.
I need to know. Is that real? Wait. Music, released August 23rd. Okay. That didn't help or shed light on anything. I started playing this and my dog came in the room dragging the vacuum cleaner. Okay. None of this is actually answering my question.
Flames getting higher. You're my hero. You're my hero.
You're climbing up the ladder, and the screams get louder.
You're climbing up the ladder and the screams are getting louder. Are you kidding? Why are these lyrics? Paladin Lost, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Unfortunately, you have 30 seconds left of this. But thank you so goddamn much for supporting the channel.
You're my hero. You're my hero.
Are the screams afraid of the firemen?
Please no more law.
It's true. I'm a cruel mistress. Cannabout Rex, thank you for the $10 dono. Please no more. I won't. It's over. Shh, shh, shh. Give in to the pillow, okay? I want to set myself on fire. That's the song you hear. That is how it feels. I feel betrayed. I'm sorry, Paladin. I'm sorry. Anyway, I have no proof whatsoever, but I blame Tenet Media for that. I blame Russia and Vladimir Putin himself for that music video, okay? We need to understand the true atrocities being committed by Russia as we speak. as well as, the actual atrocities that they're committing as we speak. Dick Cheney sent his approval. That was that was not just the waterboarding of your eardrums. That was the waterboarding of a generation, really. I signed up to be your sub, but this is too much pain. I'm sorry, Tubian. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Song is truly some supervillain shit. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit. Now, yeah, I just have to say, as Hey It's Vadim pointed out on Twitter, you're telling me that Lauren Southern received covert funding from the Russian state media to spread disinformation? How could we ever have seen this coming? Far-right provocateurs Lauren Southern and Brittany Pettibone meet with Russian ultra-nationalist philosopher Alexander Dugin. A Nazi. That's his philosophy. Dugin just repackaged Nazism for Russian nationalists. That's it. That's his contribution to philosophy. So yeah, how could we ever have seen this coming? My God.
I signed up to be your sub, but this is too much pain.
It's fair. It's fair. Anyway, Tim Poole, what do you think about this? Tim, let us know. What do you think about Russia and Ukraine?
Ukraine says it struck at 2 oil depots inside Russia. Why are we tolerating this? Democrat voters who are supporting this are either abject, malicious evil or the banality of evil. I will say it again. Ukraine has invaded Russia. Whoops. They've evacuated 130,000 civilians. Whoopsie. They are bombing oil depots. Whoopsie.
I will say it again. Ukraine has invaded Russia.
The memes coming out of this are 10 out of 10. Good job, everyone. Good job. Anyway, yeah, it turns out Tim Poole and co. might be in a whole heap of trouble here, which would explain why they all release statements the same day and seemingly have a team of lawyers at their beck and call. So, I thought you all might like to know that the milquetoast fence sitters, the classical liberals of our current political time, are truly facing some censorship of their free speech that came with a $10 million prize tag, allegedly. So, anyway, the indictment basically lays out that Lauren Chen and I think her husband, was it? Let me just double check that. Oh God. Do 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 do. God. All right. Yes, it is indeed. The indictment also alleges that not everyone affiliated with Tenet was unaware of the scheme, stating that founders 1 and 2 of the company knew the source of their funding. The founders of Tenet Media are Lauren Chen and her husband. Chen is a conservative influencer and YouTuber who hosted a show on Blaze TV and who's affiliated with Turning Point USA. Guys, the dominoes might just be falling. I wonder, how's Charlie Kirk doing right now? Just out of curiosity. How's one Charlie Kirk doing? I am just curious. Let's see here. Let's see if he has any thoughts right now. 33 minutes ago, he's still tweeting. He's still tweeting. Okay. 1 hour. He's focusing on the JD Vance. First exclusive interview with the tenant from the Aurora, Colorado apartment allegedly invaded by Tren de Aragua. Now, I hate to break it to Frontlines, TPUSA, but the first interview with the tenant at that Aurora, Colorado apartment complex actually was done by local media from Channel 9, actually. You can actually watch a segment we did on it the other day featuring our favorite local newsman, Kyle Clark. And in it, they interview a Venezuelan immigrant who lives in the building and who talked about how the biggest danger that they face in the building right now is actually from white supremacist conservatives who are coming to their building and shouting at them with megaphones and threatening extreme acts of violence against anyone who looks remotely brown. So, a little bit late on that. That was like from 2 days ago too, by the way. Not the first exclusive interview with a tenant from that building, just as an FYI. That's just false reporting there. Anyway, let's see. We got Charlie Kirk reporting Frank Luntz. Okay, JD Vance. I guess Charlie's focused on his Turning Point USA event that's happening today. That makes sense. Yeah, nothing of substance in like the last 6 hours, which I believe is around the time the information dropped. So yeah, it's interesting stuff going on. Charlie Jinmir.
Side note, looking great today, Captain. Romantic face.
Thank you, Charlie. I've been working out, okay? I'm on my fitness grind, okay? You guys, I'm going to be buff and like fit AF, okay? Over the next like 6 months. So stay tuned for that. So are we sending the end of these groups? Sensing the end of these groups? I don't know if we're sensing the end of these groups per se, but I think it's fairly safe to say that Tenet Media is toast. That they're not going anywhere. And I think it's also fairly safe to say that anytime Tim Pool from now on claims to be a milquetoast fence sitter, we can call that bullshit. Like, we can point out to anyone in his audience, hey, he worked for a company that took $10 million from Russia to buy propaganda pieces from the people who were contributing to that network. One of which was Tim Pool, which would explain a lot of Tim Pool's coverage, actually. We are in interesting times, folks. Interesting times. Yeah, I guess you could say Das Vidania, indeed. So, all I'm saying is, I don't think this is going to be the end of Tim Pool by any means, but it is one of the few things that could actually hurt Tim Pool's reputation. Like, if it is proven that Tim Pool, either knowingly or unknowingly, was taking money from the Russian government, that kind of absolutely harms his reputation
May you live
and
in
position.
interesting times as a curse.
May you live in interesting times as a curse. Not today. Today it's great. Interesting times are wonderful when it comes to specifically what's happening with Tenet Media. Very interesting stuff. Tim's gonna get hair plugs as a disguise and go underground. They'll never recognize him without the beanie. Now, I do want to say that all of this has been very fun, and I appreciate it immensely. Now, folks, let's see. We need to like come up with
one of the things I
oh god. All right. If you guys, oh god, a little bit of spit. Sorry about that. Ew, gross. Folks, we've now been streaming for about an hour. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button on Twitch, you goofy goobers. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is only made possible by viewers like you dropping those subs, donos, etc. Because, hey, folks, I'm a small Twitch and YouTube channel, and I don't make enough money off of ad revenue to survive. You guys are the ones that allow me to continue making this show day in and day out. You are why I am able to do like 4 to 8 hours of content every weekday, okay? And sometimes on the weekend. So, consider dropping it like it's hot. And by it, I mean money. Anyway. Gonna tell my girls, you're lucky you missed the Tim Pool era. Okay, so who's this Aiden Ross fellow running for president? Don't put that evil on us. Don't put that evil on us. Hey, nitric oxide. How you doing? We need a subscribe and donate commands. Well, Zoomy Deer on the Riverboat site, they're up on top of the screen. If you're I think if you're on mobile and on desktop, it's up there. It's like right there. You got some buttons. What's a fascist? It's true. I don't take millions from the Russians. Very true. Let's see here. Now, we do have a lot of content to go over today that is unrelated to any of that extraordinarily funny business with Tenet Media. Oh God, Annie, why do you bring this to me? Why do you bring this to my door? What is this clip? I haven't seen this. Fine.
There's other stuff. And like, I hesitate to even bring this up because people are hell-bent on being scared about Project 2025. But let me just be clear about something. There are all sorts of allegations about the Heritage Foundation's document, which again, they release every election cycle. This is the first time we have the Democratic Party specifically tying it to Donald Trump, because some of the people associated with the Heritage Foundation used to be in Trump's administration.
I really hate that this is sped up. It's not, I've been going through their training videos. It's every single person in every training video is a former member of Trump's administration. JD Vance wrote the foreword of the Project 2025 president's book, the Heritage Foundation's book. Also, just a sec, JD Vance Project 2025, just real quick. Let's see here. Where was it? Yo, KBS, thank you for the $10 dono.
Just my monthly donation to the Riverboat Jack for President Fund BWA.
Yo, there are too many nudes out there of me for me to be president. But thank you for the $10 dono. I'll work on it. Okay? BWA, baby. Here we go. Found the thing I was looking for.
Around the 5 minutes mark, as a palate cleanser.
Let me just throw this up. I just need to find the actual clip here, because it's kind of important. Do 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 do. Let's see here. Ah, yes. Here is J.D. Vance.
Vance endorsing a series of extremely restrictive conservative essays on how families are made in America and what those families should look like. The New York Times unearthed the 2017 set of essays which Vance praised and wrote an introduction for.
Oh, weird. He wrote an introduction to a bunch of Heritage Foundation essays. That's crazy.
It is a Heritage Foundation report, including with arguments that women should get pregnant younger instead of using IVF treatments as, quote, magic pills to delay motherhood for professional advancement, that the ideal family is anchored by heterosexual parents, that abortion should be considered unthinkable in America, and that hunger is a good motivator for greater employment.
Whoopsie.
That's a whoopsie from me. That's a bit of a whoopsie daisy, actually. Now I do want to come up with one more clip here. I believe it was tweeted out also by Kamala HQ. Again, whoever's behind this account, they're doing a marvelous job collecting all of these clips. I actually wanted to do a bit of a dive into the clips being published in order to get like all of the connections to Project 2025. Here is the Project 2025 planner, one of the people behind it.
The Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office, which is in charge of like hiring and firing 4,000 political appointees in the executive branch, anything from like the Secretary of Defense to like a scheduler. So we're kind of like thinking ahead, like if Trump wins in November, who are good people to get in? Like who are the people from the last administration that were super successful and competent in their roles that can like move into senior roles? You know, giving him like a team that's all rowing in the same direction to like really hit the ground running, because the first time it was sort of the dog that caught the car. And it was like, whoa, wait, Trump won?
Yeah.
Like I thought he would win, but no one else did. You know, like there was nothing ready. There was no infrastructure. There was no staffing. And you have to run the entire federal government. So you rely on your DC network. You rely on establishment Republicans. And sometimes that's okay. But, you know, when you have a candidate that like Trump that's a little more outside the box, you need people that agree with him.
Huh. That's a very explicit thing to say about what their plan is and why they're doing what they're doing. That's very interesting, I have to say. And I feel like this is a little bit more than just, I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit more than, oh, it's just an unrelated organization. No, it's an organization staffed by people who worked for Donald Trump, who are talking about why they're doing what they're doing, specifically to get Donald Trump into power and empower him as a dictator. And his vice presidential pick is like the Heritage Foundation boy. The guy who carries all the water for the Heritage Foundation. That's his job. That's why he's in the position he's in. And also, well, yes, the Heritage Foundation does put out plans every election cycle for the Republican candidate. What we're seeing here is an unprecedented amount of coordination, not just between the Trump campaign and the Heritage Foundation, but also the Heritage Foundation and every other conservative think tank. Every other major conservative think tank currently operating in Washington, okay, has come together to work on Project 2025. They didn't just as a single entity come up with Project 2025. No, every billionaire, every like huge, 100 millionaire out there has contributed and committed their think tanks to basically making this Voltron of evil known as Project 2025. That's so interesting. Trump caught cheering extremist project he says he knows nothing about. That's crazy. On Thursday, MSNBC dug up a clip from 2022 of Trump expressing some pretty convincing familiarity with the people behind Project 2025 and potentially hinting at knowing that the document was in the works. Our country is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as heritages to lay the groundwork, Trump stumbled, and heritages does such an incredible job at that, he said, stumbling again.
Our country is going to hell. The critical job of institutions such as Heritage to lay the groundwork, and Heritage does such an incredible job at that. This is a great group, and they're going to lay the groundwork and detail plans for exactly what our movement will do and what your movement will do when the American people give us a colossal mandate to save America. And that's coming. That's coming.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Here, just real quick. Here's some undercover video, okay?
It's just politics. And
this isn't the undercover video. Is it Democracy Now?
We begin today's show with a new
agenda items, things like that. That's been supervised largely by us.
The first phase of Project 2025 was a 922-page policy book published openly. The second phase is a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for each federal agency. These much more detailed plans are confidential.
Yeah. Because obviously you want as little of it to be FOIA-able, if you're familiar with the FOIA process.
God, here.
Frustrated by
administration.
Right. I really just want this clip. This conversation is fascinating because this guy right here, okay, they did an undercover expose. I believe posing as a like British publication. We're not seeing anything. Oh, that's my bad. Here we go. There we go. This guy right here is one of the, if not the leader of the Heritage Foundation, the president. These two guys got into an interview with him, saying, "Hey, we're so interested. We're conservatives from England." And I covered this. I covered this video already, but like, this guy literally lays out, Trump has to distance himself from us because that's politically expedient, but I'm not worried. He's basically eating out of the palm of our hand. He's going to do what we're handing to him because that's the entire purpose of Project 2025. Jack, can you remind us which foundation made the recommendation for Trump's SCOTUS? I can't quite place it. What? You know what? I'm gonna Google it. We're gonna Google it together, okay? What org what org suggested judges for SCOTUS to Trump? Oh, meet the powerful group. The powerful group behind Trump's judicial nominations. Wow, who could that be? It's the Federalist Society. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, I wonder, just out of curiosity. Could there be any relation whatsoever? I read the Project 2025 playbook, and I couldn't find a single white Christian nationalist policy from the Federalist. Oh. Well, that settles it. That settles it right there, folks. Now, I wonder, just real quick. I wonder what Steve Bannon Donald Trump's campaign strategist for 2016. I wonder what he thinks about Project 2025.
Because they understand it's the end of an era. The Project 2025 and things that fall in that rubric is just the deconstruction of the administrative state, the unconstitutional leviathan that has grown up, that the Supreme Court's going to be taking on with 4 or 5 decisions over the next 2 weeks. Has to be done both from the executive branch and the legislature, and that's happening. People are getting trained up. People are they're taking subject matter experts and getting ready to hit the beach, and there's 2.25 federal employees. The program is to eliminate billets. Not going to pick on people individually. Eliminate billets. Eliminate billets, which is your purview, with his political appointee, the 3,000. But don't forget, please, don't ever forget the 8 million contract. I think there's 18 million contractors overall if you count every person that they pay. But I think there's like 8 million executive or quasi-executive. Those contracts can all be canceled and should be canceled and will be canceled.
Yeah, just Trump's campaign strategist for 2016 advocating for gutting the federal government so that Donald Trump can wield more power. Anyway, I wonder here. I wonder, hey guys, hey, I wonder if there's any connection between Paul Dans and Project 2025. Oh wait, the guy Paul Dans, the guy behind Project 2025, one of the main guys. Oh, weird. Thanks, ProPublica. Thanks for clearing that up. The man behind Project 2025's most radical plans. His name's Paul Dans. Everybody. I wonder, does he have any connection to the Federalist Society? Let's see here. Let's find out. Let's find out together. Control F. Federalist Society. Oh, at the University of Virginia School of Law, which Dans attended next, his transformation became explicit. He joined the campus branch of the Federalist Society. Oh, that's so crazy. Quote, I was always attracted with the Federalist Society message about how some darling student stood up at Yale Law School and challenged the hegemony there and really was trying to speak truth to power. Oh, that's so interesting. He told that story last year on Moment of Truth, a podcast produced by American Moment, a conservative organization now aligned with Project 2025. That's so crazy, dog. Now, early in the 2016 primary season, Dans attended a dinner of the steering committee for the New York City Lawyers chapter of the Federalist Society. As he later recalled to Sharma and Solheim, someone asked whom people were supporting for president, and around the table it went, I like Jeb, I like Marco, I like Jeb. Dans watched in bewilderment. Here were all these New York Republicans, and no one had mentioned the man who lived a few blocks away who had decided to run for president this time. Finally, it was Dan's turn. Well, I like Trump, and I think he's going to win. I like him because I'm sick of losing, he said. So interesting. Finally, in late 2018, Dans came to Washington for a Federalist Society meeting and connected with James Bacon, a college student who was working as confidential assistant to Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson. With Bacon's help and with the benefit of his master's in city planning, Dans finally broke in July 2019 as a senior advisor in HUD's Office of Community Planning and Development. Career staff at HUD didn't know what to make of Dans. Quote, we tried to figure out what his role was, one of them told me, speaking on condition of anonymity for fear of retribution. He kind of wandered in, the career employee said. He was fairly disdainful of the career staff and did not have a lot of respect for why things were the way they were. For Dans, his arrival was, quote, a real baptism, unquote, in how the government actually works. You don't realize that the federal government is just an avalanche of money shooting out at various agencies. He told Sharma and Solheim, it's trying to tame this spew of money and direct it the right way is what you're doing when you get to an agency. As Dan saw it, the career employees were the problem. They were biased against conservatives and they disregarded changes sought by the duly elected administration. Dan's also blamed fellow appointees, too many of whom were clueless about the actual work and thus willing to cede decision-making to career employees. You came and you went to cocktail parties and you had your birthday cakes around the office and, you know, maybe a couple of ribbon cuttings and you got to go to a little international junket, he told Charmaine Solheim. And meanwhile, everything else is kind of going at the same level. And from there, that is Project 2025 for you. That he then injected all of these ideas into the Heritage Foundation. Thanks, Paul Dance. Wowee. But anyway, there are no connections whatsoever. You all should check out my YouTube playlist going through every single Project 2025 training video that got leaked. I think we're through about half of them, okay? And yeah, if you can watch all of those and still think that there's no connection whatsoever between this colossal expenditure of political and financial capital to create Project 2025 and its close connections with the Trump campaign, I think you're a bit silly. Anyway, moving right along.
Okay, does that mean that Trump is... You think Trump respects anyone who's in his administration? But okay, let's talk about...
I think he respects the money that is getting him elected. I think that is the one thing he cares about. Donald Trump cares about money. That's the one... Like... Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I definitely appreciate each and every one of them. So thank you so goddamn much. But I just... Anna, you've been in this business for a while now. You know how this works. It doesn't matter if he doesn't respect the individual members of his past administration. Because, let's be honest, he would watch them, like, bleed out if it made him $1, okay? That's the level to which he respects them. But the reason he actually cares about what they have to say is that they are paid for representatives of wealthier people. That's what think tanks are. They're paid for by extremely wealthy people to think and come up with PR talking points, with research that muddies the waters. That's their job. Their job is to be paid propagandists. But on another level, legitimized propagandists. That's their job. And Trump knows that now. And so he knows that when he comes into office, if he wants to keep getting those sweetheart deals, all he has to do is bring those people into his administration to take their plan. You know, it's kind of a you scratch my back, I scratch yours situation. Because Donald Trump at his heart is a mobster. He is a criminal syndicate leader. That's what he does. That's the only language he understands. Money. That's it.
The specific allegations that we've heard about what's in Project 2025, which is a 900-page document. The media knows that most Americans, they don't have the bandwidth to sit down and read a 900-page document. So they get to say whatever they want about it. They get to claim that it includes all sorts of things that it doesn't even actually say.
Well, I can't say that I have read all of the Project 2025 document. What I can say is I've sat through half their training videos. And in those training videos, which were never intended for public viewing and are geared towards people who will be appointed in the Trump administration, should he win, they aren't coy about the purpose of those appointees. Their purpose is to essentially gut the federal government and to serve as yes men to whatever Donald Trump says, regardless of what the law is. Okay? That's the purpose. We've gone over half of them. And we're going to finish all of them before the election rolls around. I'm just saying here, even if you don't read every single word of Project 2025, even if you just go off of their leaked internal training videos, it is very painfully clear what their plan is. It is painfully clear that it doesn't matter what policies are put forward in Project 2025, because the function of Project 2025 is to make Donald Trump a dictator, to eliminate any kind of bureaucratic resistance or concern over legalities from the federal government. It is the project dedicated to consolidating authoritarian power behind Donald Trump. That's painfully obvious. And if you are not concerned about that from the guy who tried to overthrow democracy 4 years ago, I don't know what to tell you. You are lost.
So, for instance, Vice President Harris said on July 23rd that Project 2025 called for cutting Social Security. It was not a one-time mistake. She also said at a July 11th, 2024 campaign.
Take my money and thank you for everything.
Cannabo Brex, thank you for the $5 dono, and you're very welcome. I don't know what all that entails, but I appreciate it. Why is TYT so awful in 2024? I have some speculations, and we'll get to it.
Event, Project 2025 includes a plan to cut Social Security. Well, NewsGuard, which does a pretty good job in fact-checking these types of claims on both sides, took a look, and they found out that the Project 2025 policy playbook titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise, does not even mention any proposed changes to Social Security. Okay, great. Left-leaning news outlet, thegrio.com, advanced the myth that Project 2025 proposes banning Muslims. The Mandate for Leadership includes no mention of a Muslim ban or any religion or ethnicity-specific entry ban.
I just... I find this hard to take seriously. You know, like, Project 2025 is at its heart a project to make Donald Trump a dictator. If Donald Trump is a dictator, do you think that he is going to protect Social Security? Do you think that he is going to be very lax about Muslims and the border, black and brown people? Do you think that the guy who refused to rent apartments to black people and thought that having black workers made his workplaces look unprofessional, you think that guy is going to do right by black Americans as an authoritarian dictator? You think the guy who called for sealing off immigration from Muslim majority countries is like good? Like, I can understand being like, well, that's not in Project 2025. And like, maybe it's not. But I think the substance is kind of getting lost in the nitpicking here. And the substance is, this is a plan to end democracy. That's what it is. And I know that definitively. Ah, OS Crane. Interesting. See, I'm not willing to say that Anna Kasparian is lying here. Well, Project 2025 never mentions Social Security. It does mention entitlements, which is the Republican way of saying Social Security. You know, like that's like, oh, hey, question. does Project 2025 ban abortion? Okay, I'm asking this genuinely as to chat. Do you think Project 2025 would ban abortion? Is that in the document? A national abortion ban? Yes? Yeah? Isn't it? Effectively, yes. See, any with their technically correct or technically no, technically correct, technically no comment is correct. And Fenry with their effectively yes comment is also correct, because it doesn't call for a national abortion ban. However, can I bring up the exact text here? It does say that the Department of Health and Human Services should, quote, return to being known as the Department of Life by explicitly rejecting the notion that abortion is health care. It recommends that the FDA reverse the approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Basically, guys, its goal is to make it effectively impossible to get an abortion. Project 2025 even stipulates, well, if mifepristone is still approved by the FDA, I mean, we should really lower it from 10 weeks of use to just 7 weeks of use. Like, it wants to eliminate funding for the CDC. It wants to do all kinds of things, right? In order to effectively diminish or eliminate access to abortion care. So, while it's true that they aren't calling for a national abortion ban in Project 2025, they are explicitly calling for basically the same thing. Now, when you talk about the entitlements being cut, right? How Project 2025 doesn't explicitly call to cut Social Security. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. I'm quoting this from a PBS article. In his earlier campaigns and before he was a politician, Trump said about a half a dozen times that he was open to major overhauls of Social Security, including cuts and privatization. More recently, in a March 2024 CNBC interview, Trump said of entitlement programs such as Social Security, quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of entitlements, in terms of cutting," unquote. And, well, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Now, what does Project 2025 explicitly say about these entitlement changes? Basically, it wants to privatize Medicare. Like, if you hear that and you are like, your skin isn't crawling, what you're looking at is basically privatized healthcare for senior citizens. You're looking at old people in high risk pools being cut off from their insurance. I'm going to quote this as well. Unlike original Medicare Advantage plans, Medicare Advantage is the term for privatized Medicare, have provider networks and can also require prior authorization, meaning that the plan can approve or deny certain services. So, Mima can be denied her physical therapy. They also want to privatize the VA. That's true. That's true. Simric, thank you for the $2 super chat. Also, hey guys, what was like one of the really, really great things that Biden was able to do for senior citizens in particular? He was able to make it so that Medicare, under the like care of the government, could negotiate lower prices for drugs, which led to a massive reduction in prices for some of the most expensive drugs in America. Now, this is important because Donald Trump keeps saying he's not going to cut Medicare. And that's another thing that's just technically true. Like, he's not going to cut it. He's just going to make Medicare not the default and make the privatized version the default. You see, like, this is a massive semantic game, a little shell game that's being played here. It is the I'm not touching you equivalent of politicking. It is disgusting to portray it in any other way. Privatizing Medicare is a cut. It will harm hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Like, I know some of you in my audience are old enough to have encountered
There's other stuff.
Oh God, rejection from insurance providers. I know that there are people watching right now who have received a phone call or a letter in the mail from your insurance providers telling you, we're sorry, we're just not going to cover that. And you experience the stone that drops into your stomach, knowing that you have a medical problem that is diagnosed and that there are cures and treatments that will alleviate your suffering, and someone looked at a spreadsheet somewhere and said, nah, that's too expensive. We're very sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it. And then you know that for the rest of your life after this, not only will you not be able to get care unless you scrimp and save and maybe take out a private loan or even go into medical debt, you know that that's going to exist as a pre-existing condition that your insurance provider can then use against you in a myriad of different ways that, well, that are still technically legal. I get this feeling every time I talk to the VA-appointed endo about getting top surgery, and they say no every time. Yeah. Trans people in particular, you guys know a lot about this. And if you guys aren't American and you live in a country with socialized medicine, you are lucky that you will not know the feeling of just like going to the doctor and being told no. Or, you know, having a surgery plan that gets canceled because, well, you just don't have $100,000 laying around in your bank account. So I just don't know, man. It's deeply disappointing to see TYT and Anna Kasparian trying to split hairs about people opposing a fascist takeover of America. Like I at the end of the day, I do care about accurate information, but there's no reason to gloss over the core points that people are trying to make in order to be pedantic and attack their advocacy for maintaining democracy. That is a failure of progressive politics of the highest order and an abdication of journalistic responsibility, I think, as a leftist. I work in healthcare and in finance and billing, often on the patient advocacy side, on the patient advocacy side against dishonest doctors. People just have no idea how staggeringly expensive maintenance/life-saving prescriptions are. The cap on medication is still grossly underemphasized in terms of how big what Biden did is. And Mr. Oakby, the thing is, Biden did a huge thing when it comes to like caps on medication and like collective bargaining on medication prices. There's still so much room to move from there, but it is a start. Like starting that process and having those processes in place makes it so much easier to move that bar and expand that kind of coverage to everybody. Having the government being able to negotiate on Medicare makes it easier when you expand Medicare to negotiate prices down for other people. You like, honestly, the easiest way for us to get like a single payer healthcare system or a universal Medicare for all system would just be slowly expand Medicare. It doesn't have to be overnight, but do it on a timeline that is consistent. My brother had a broken ankle and they wouldn't let him have surgery. It's 10 years on and it never healed right. I'm really sorry to hear that, Lee Kessner. But yeah, it's messed up, man. $5,100 for 12 heart pills every month to keep you alive is insane. Yeah. Especially when they often cost pennies on the dollar to produce. And if you have a choice between paying that or dying, most people will try and pay that for as long as they can because they don't want to die. So all I'm going to say here is that Project 2025 literally aims to cut programs and to cut spending and social like initiatives. Bargaining initiatives, pro-worker initiatives. You can try and split hairs over like the exact wording of, oh, well, he doesn't say he's going to cut Social Security. It just says he's going to cut entitlements. And then the entitlement is like, oh, we're going to privatize Medicare for the most vulnerable people in our society. I think that's a pretty shitty hair to split when you have bigger fish to fry. I just lost my job in insurance, and even with the marketplace insurance, it doesn't cover one of my wife's diabetic meds. She's literally going to go without it until I can find work and get insurance. Ah, damn, Gamer G, I'm sorry to hear that. I had a friend that died because in her state, her medical needs were not covered by her insurance. If she lived in another state, her insurance would have covered it. I'm really sorry to hear that, Miss Hire. I had vertigo every night for 2 months and was denied an MRI to find the root cause. Yeah, it is an unspeakable crime. And I just think that when we're talking about the effects Project 2025 would have, which, to be clear, again, the main one would be a fascist takeover of America. But the knock-on effects, you know, the cutting of entitlements, the stated goal to eliminate the Department of Education. I think that there are so many things here that if you're splitting hairs, you just miss you miss the forest for the trees, you know, like, oh, well, yeah, sure, it doesn't call explicitly for cutting Social Security, but privatizing Medicare will literally torture hundreds of thousands of Americans. It will set up a machine to extract money from the weak and the elderly and the disabled. And frankly, like, I don't think that secures our society, as it were. So I don't know. I know I'm rambling and I'm kind of going a little bit in circles, but like this is deeply disappointing. As somebody I've had Anna Kasparian on my show, guys. I had Anna Kasparian on my show. I've had endorsements of her as like a channel trailer for my show. Okay? And it's just it's disappointing as hell. Wait, really? Really? I took down the channel trailer because she kept going on with the birthing person stuff. Which, by the way, the first time she did that, I tried to show her a lot of grace and explain the issue. And then she doubled down on it over and over again. And, I can only explain it so many times before I have to come to the conclusion that like she just doesn't want to listen. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It's not a brain worm. It's just frankly I don't think it's even motivated by money for her. I genuinely think it's coming from like a real place. And I think that place is like she was traumatized by homeless people in California. And rather than acknowledging that as like an unfortunate one-off incident, it was the catalyst that changed her entire political outlook. And I think that there are while I sympathize with like the first part of that, I don't think something bad happening to you personally is a good reason to completely abandon your values. Oh, Ms. Gender Lynn, that wasn't new. She'd been doing that for a while, and like I remember like in 2018 maybe she started talking about how she watches Joe Rogan's show, and I think through that she got sucked into this, if not the conspiracy singularity, like the lighter version of that. She got sucked into the conservosphere. Yeah, the answer here is to go to therapy and not to like abandon your entire set of principles and worldview. Like, yeah. Well, Superjet Guy, I have to assume that the reason Anna Kasparian picked a fight with Vosh was largely because he called her probably something along the lines of a dumb bitch. And I don't know. Some people react poorly to that, frankly. I think that like, yeah, if somebody calls you a dumb bitch, like you should expect some fire back. Like that's not out of nowhere. That like, frankly, I understand that reaction from her. Actually, that's not one of the most mystifying parts of this. I'm openly trans. I've gone through some shit and somehow never lost sight of my compassion. That's the thing, Ophelia. A lot of people go through a lot of shit. And they don't let it make them cruel. They don't let it make them arrive at wrong-headed conclusions. They rely on folks in their circle and who are willing to support them and walk them through hard questions and hard times. And like, instead of doing that, I think Anna Kasparian has opted for a different path. You know, some people meet cruelty with cruelty. Some people meet trauma with trauma, and others, you know, go to therapy or do some thinking and embrace the way of love and peace. Did I just tell you guys the entire story of Trigun? Maybe I did. You're all weebs now. Anyway, that was a really long derailment. Hi everybody, my name's Riverboat Jack. We've been going for 2 hours now, believe it or not. And I would love for you guys to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the goddamn YouTube stream. How are we doing on YouTube over here? I haven't even looked at the numbers today. That is a large number of people. Hello. There are almost 200 people watching, and we only just hit 100 likes. It is your duty as a viewer to hit that like button, okay? And also, please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you folks. I literally can't make it happen without those subs and donos, okay? You guys make this show possible with your financial support. I do not have the reach yet to support myself with ad revenue. So, y'all, you're the ones who are enabling me to learn, grow, and make this show better every day. We're working right now on getting the editorial pipeline screwed down, and once that's in place, things are going to get a little bit easier on my end, and maybe I can work on some things beyond what you see on the stream, behind furiously scrabbling to try and like make this work. Is this your full-time job? Simric, it is indeed. You guys allow me to do this full-time. I thought you had a day job. I sometimes do organizing work for the organization Progressive Victory. You know, I help them put together like events and organize voters in like primaries and general election stuff. So I've done that in the past, but otherwise I work on this show. Like I do this. Like this is my full-time job. You know, I don't know how you guys think I do other things. I do like 8-hour streams 5 days a week, and then you know, I work on the show outside of just the live show. Like there's a whole like couple 3-4 hours some days before I go live prepping the show. Yeah, I got 3 hours of sleep last night, and it's currently 1 a.m. I've been doing a lot of stuff. God, did you see the latest from Tucker Carlson? No, don't make me do it. I don't want to go over the white supremacist historian he had on. Tucker Carlson is so boring and irrelevant now. He's so weird and isolated. Can we... you guys are going to make me do it. I want to get to the Mehdi Hasan stuff, guys. Do it and involve... No. Maybe tomorrow. I thought you had a day job. No day job. Just this. Sounds like you've been having a bad time. Nah, I like doing this. This is fun. I like talking with you guys. There's always that Alex Jones interviewing ChatGPT thing. Oh, God. Yeah, this is my day job. Ironically, being done at night. I hate listening to Jesse Kelly radio show. I have no idea who that is, and I pay attention to politics like all the time, like nonstop. Who is that? Did I miss the Tim Pool stuff? You did indeed, Miss Hire. Long story short, Tim Pool and a lot of the conservosphere got outed for being on the take from Russia, and it's pretty funny. And conservatives are freaking out about it, and it's pretty rich and great. Jack, you are the best streamer, and we have the best chat, the best folks. People are posting every day. They're posting all the time. Even the offliners are posting. It's true, folks. We have the best chat in the biz. One day we're gonna be bigger than Hasan, and then we're gonna buy a blimp house. Everyone's invited to the blimp house. We're gonna fly it above Hasan's house, and we're just gonna park it above them. Okay, park it above the Hasan compound, and we'll block out the sun, and we'll slowly freeze the entire Hasan house. Okay, folks. Finally, we will be having our day in the sun. Entertaining the masses with politics and being a progressive is a pretty good job, but I wish it paid you better. I mean, I'm not complaining because I'm able to make this my full-time job, and that is an immense privilege that I will never take for granted. It does mean sometimes things are a bit rough financially, but every day the work I put into this show makes our show bigger. Every time I put out a segment that gets a little bit of the algorithm going, okay, we get a couple hundred new followers. Okay, we put out a video earlier this week that for me did numbers. Got like 15,000 views or something, right? And that put us over 6,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. And look, I only really started streaming on YouTube like a year ago, maybe less than a year ago, and we're already coming close to catching up with Twitch numbers. So I feel like once we hit 10K on both Twitch and YouTube, I think things are going to start popping off a little bit more. One thing I'd love to start doing on the channel, I'd love to start doing more call-in shows, and also start doing more specifically call-in debate streams. For those of you who don't know or haven't seen any of my past debates, I'm actually pretty okay at debating. Like I'm not gonna say I'm the best at it, but I'm pretty okay at it, and I think debating can sometimes be pretty good content. I don't want to make that like my thing, but I think there is something to be said by having people call in to have like a voice against whatever I'm saying, and for me to try and like prove my point in that way. I wish you nothing but great success. Well, Tipster, I wish you nothing but great success. I hope you're doing well today, friendo. I loved the call-in show. I'm not great at debating. Well, again, it's not an invitation for you for anyone to debate me unless they like have a bone to pick, unless they want to like I enjoyed when that strange trucker guy called in several months ago to debate me on abortion. That was fun. It was fun, okay? And that could be fun content. I want to debate blacks versus greens from House of the Dragon. I haven't seen that, so that's going to be difficult for me to win. The trucker guy was a legend. It was really wonderful to talk to him. Yeah, Tim Pool is one of the largest, political commentators for the right, and his videos are boring as shit. I think I make way better content than Tim Pool, and I think that means we're gonna make it up there someday. Okay, we're gonna get bigger. We're gonna do great with a little help from you guys. Can you tell us what it's like working on a riverboat? It's pretty relaxing. I get to wear white suits and a white cowboy hat, and then I get to like play cards all day and drink whiskey and womanize and gamble to my heart's content. And sometimes I get into shootouts or solve various mysteries at my ports of call. Okay, and in every town there's a story to be told. Just don't let it go to your head and get a skate park to live in. I have to be honest with you. My ambitions as far as like personal attainment of wealth, I just want to live in like a decent house that is safe and like secure and have more time on my hands. Like my honest to God right now, what I want to do is I want to hit a point in this channel where I can hire a full-time editor, pay my moderators, and like just make content and then have more time to just do not offline stuff. Like I spend multiple hours every day working on this, either editing videos or making thumbnails or whatever. And like to me, it is the epitome of luxury to be able to like do that, to be able to like hop on here, record content, and then just like go play a video game or something. Like right now, guys, if I want to go play a video game, what I have to do is after I end stream at like 4 o'clock in the morning, sleepily play Super Mario 1000 Year Door. Okay, like that's on my Switch. Like that is the time of day that I have available to me. Or it being 4 a.m. and I'm running on 3 hours of sleep, I pass the fuck out. You know, I would like to get more sleep. I would like to have time to read books. Do you guys remember when I came back from like that short 5-day vacation and I talked about how I got to read several chapters of a book? I came back from that vacation a week and a half ago. How much of that book do you think I've read since then, chat? How much time do you think I've spent reading that book? I love reading. I have a degree in English literature. Bingo, none of it. I haven't read a single goddamn word of that book. Since I got back, I have not been able to do my laundry for the clothes I took with me on that trip. They're still dirty. I'm a busy little bee. I got a lot of stuff going on. Which book? It's called Triumph. Triuff. And it's a fun alternate history written by the writer of the Guardians of the Galaxy comic series. But the book is about an Elizabethan alternate history where Queen Elizabeth married the King of Spain. And the British Empire never collapsed, leading to, in the modern day, there still being a British Empire, and everyone in the British Empire being, like, stuck in essentially Victorian-era fashions and manners of speech, largely because magic was also discovered, of course, and instead of innovating and changing, the entire British Empire has just been moldering in its own filth for centuries, and it's pretty fun. It's a really funny book. Yeah, Dan Abnett, great stuff. Great stuff. The King of Spain courted the Virgin Queen. Yeah, it's based on like actual history. But what's fun to me, because I minored in history in college. So what's fun for me is also like reading this alternate history where I'm like, this thing is correct, but then whoa, what's Dan doing over here? What's Abnet on about here? So I don't know. Does the world have internet? No. It has like a magic telegraph network. But I do want to point out Australia does have internet. Because while the British Empire just relied on magic and has just been in a state of stagnation for centuries, Australia is a technological paradise because they embraced machines, and it's actually really funny because no one in the British Empire knows a single goddamn thing about Australia except for the main character, and he just was like, man, Australia was really great with all of its skyscrapers and books of oh god, here, let me grab the book. I need to quote it. Okay, found it. I found a couple key passages. here that I'm just going to read to you from this book. It's good. It's good stuff. Let's see, where was it here? Ah, yes. Triumph took a deep breath and thought for a moment of the shining glass edifices of, they call the name of Australia in Australia is just beach. So, Triumph thinks of it as beach instead of Australia. Triumph took a deep breath and thought for a moment of the shining glass edifices of beach, the smooth streets, the gleaming metal horseless chariots, the smiling, healthy, clean people. He remembered their MP the Third players, their Visage book, and their Thy Place, their reliable sanitation and their dry martinis, their surfboards. He remembered all of it. Had only been possible because there were, in essence, no wizards of Australia. Which from that point onward gets shortened as Wizards of Oz. And I want to read you this footnote because this book is full of footnotes, okay? Like, I don't know if you can see that. It gets kind of blurred out. No one still believed that the Earth was flat, but there were still many adherents to the notion that it might be unfinished in remoter areas, presumably areas where the hills and valleys still had some scaffolding up. The rivers had yet to be plumbed in, and cherubic workmen lounged about smoking rollies out of sight of their foremen. There were also quite a few reluctant ex-flat earthers around who couldn't quite go the whole hog and conceive of an Earth that was spherical, and therefore favored the conical theory. I fucking love that in this goddamn alternate history, they have cone earthers. It's one of the best. It's like, it doesn't linger on it, but they have cone earthers. They have cone heads. Oh god, the world building is great. They also talk about several Shakespearean plays that are all just they're all just sex jokes. It's so good. I need this book. It's good. I would recommend it so far. I haven't finished it, so maybe it is horribly flawed in some way, but I've been enjoying it so far. What book is this? It does kind of have Douglas Adams vibes, except a little bit more fighting. It's called Triumph by Dan Abnett. Quite good. I'll read you all the back, okay? Vivat Regina. It is the year 2010, and Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth III, also known as Queen Elizabeth XXX, sits upon the throne of the Anglo-Hispanic Empire. Fueled by alchemy and superstition, the Elizabethan era has endured unchallenged for almost 450 years, but now a shadowy conspiracy threatens to bring it to a violent end. Unfortunately for roguish adventurer Sir Rupert Triumph, lately fallen from favor at court, he makes the perfect scapegoat. If Triumph is to uncover the plot, save the Queen, and clear his name, he'll have to use all his wit, skill, and charm and every tool in his magical couture sus, even the nail buffer. His weapon of choice is basically a magical Swiss Army knife, except that it could be like a rapier or like a can opener, and he's really bad at using it, and it's quite wonderful. This is juicy. I laughed. How fun. Isn't it fun? It's really fun. There's another line in here that I really liked. Oh, yes. Here. It's from like the beginning, the very beginning of the book, under the editor's notice, which opens the book. I'll just read you guys this part. The other matter that helped to preserve the preeminence of the unity was, of course, the Renaissance, which thoroughly reawakened the sublime lore of magic dormant since antiquity. The schools and employment of the esoteric art of magic were monopolized by the Church and the Church guilds of England, and ensured the unity's absolute command and superiority over all the world, especially the British bits of the unity. This didn't please the Spanish bits very much at all, but that's another story. Part of this one, in fact. And I just love, I love that this entire book is just a massive shit on colonialism, and specifically, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful, like, taking the piss out of colonial narratives. It is very Terry Pratchett. And that's high praise from me. Okay. Let's do
until we destroy.
Yeah, I think we'll do this. Okay. Anyway, remember to like the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. I've already bled enough viewership by talking about a book I like. Whew. We all miss Terry Pratchett, but you know what? Terry Pratchett's daughter is writing video games. She's writing Tomb Raider. She just wrote I think it's called like Beasts of Ava, something like that. It's a new video game that like just came out. You know, the spirit lives on. I want to read Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's a great book. Recommend. Did you ever read Name of the Wind? I did, and I liked it. I really like the opening chapter, like just one of the greatest like first pages of fantasy. Creatures of Ava, yes. Now show the Minecraft trailer so all our souls die. No, I refuse to watch it. I refuse. Also, Win B, thank you for the $5 dono, and I just realized that I had the notifications off. Thank you for the $5 dono. Hey chat, I love you all. I don't at everyone because I don't want to miss anyone, but if I did, but just know you're all great. Hugs, BWA. Thank you for that BWA energy before we start our next segment, okay? Minecraft. Okay, you guys are asking me the tough questions. All right. Just gonna let my soul die a little bit. All right, everybody. There's a new movie coming out called a Minecraft movie. There's a trailer for it now, a teaser trailer. Let's take a look at it. This is gonna get me DMCA'd so bad. Why you gotta have the Beatles?
Coming right this way!
What the hell?
Anything you can dream about here, you can make.
Who are you?
I am Steve.
Okay. This guy is such a tool bag.
All right, so obviously this is not an ad or a trailer for me. But visually, what the hell is going on here? Like, I just, yeah, I think the kids will like it. And I think that's really what's important because, frankly, this trailer is not for adults. You were never going to get an adult Minecraft movie, okay, guys? I do want to question the real people in a Minecraft world visual friction, we'll say. I think everything visually with like the creatures and stuff is fine, but the physicality of real people in that setting is difficult to wrap my head around. I question if it's even for kids, though. It's absolutely for kids. What world is this? Is an ancient question. Just because it's a kids movie doesn't mean it has to be cringy. I agree with you, but clearly some producer disagreed with you. Are there mods that make Minecraft look kind of that? I mean, there certainly will be now. Look how they massacred my boy. I just, you know, far be it from me to like, this looks great. This is a great visual representation of Minecraft. I think this is the A+, okay? This is where I suddenly go, the scale of this seems wrong. Like, quite wrong. And then I feel like what we should be seeing here is like a transformation process where like these human characters become like blockified, you know? But you know, clearly this is the creative decision they're going with, and like that's fine. Like I could even get over this, but what confuses me is just why are you making the animals like grotesque? Why? I mean, like this actually, you know, this looks fine, but it's the horrifying motion of this creature.
What the hell?
Okay, I also want to say, like, in isolation, I actually like their design quite a bit here. Like, this is kind of evoking, like, a Mad Max Fury Road energy that I think is fun. But, like, it's like there are several different visuals happening and visual styles happening all at once. And it's a bit disconcerting, right? You have like the level of like real people, number one, okay? Then you have like kind of this you know, relatively realistic but still recognizably Minecrafty world, right? And then you have like these, oh god, come on, this thing, and where, come on, there we go, these guys who I don't know, it just, to me, there's no visual cohesion. What's weird is that Minecraft already had a good animated style. Yeah. Like this is the thing. I don't understand. Like, you know, make it more detailed or whatever if you want to go that route, but like have the characters be consistent with that visual style. Like I think you could even like just up the resolution on this if you wanted to go like a more textured route like this. I think that would also be fine. But like the Lego movies literally get away with basically this, but for Lego in Lego worlds, and like I think that's fine. I think it's a great visual look. I just don't understand the lack of like visual consistency, I guess.
Who are you?
I am Steve.
Also, like, I have no problem with this. It's just like let me put it this way, guys. Let me put it this way. And this is kind of to Jazz Dog's point, but let me throw this out there for you guys. We actually already have a fully voice acted and animated Minecraft narrative world out there. Okay? It's called Minecraft Story Mode, and children actually love it a lot. Like it's well received. Let's take a look at how they did it.
Product not yet rated.
I have just the thing for you.
You're giving me a sword?
Even better, you can make your own.
Something weird is going on.
Is this what we were expecting?
I want to steal that and that. Just leave it.
There might be even more going on here than we thought.
I don't think you realize what you've done!
Everyone's running away, except for you.
Our gang sticks together, that's what we do.
It's in your hands now! Go!
This game was a game changer for how people like portrayed Minecraft, and it seems to me like this should have been kind of like the template you use, but like it seems like they wanted to put Jumanji and Minecraft together and weren't sure how to bridge the visual gaps, you know, which again, I think it's going to be good for kids. I just don't think it's going to be like... I think it's going to be hard for adults to get into the visual language of a Minecraft movie, you know? And... yeah. Jumanjcraft, true. Anyway... that now you all know. Now you all know. Kind of sick of Jack Black because in every movie he's just Jack Black. Get some range, man. He's fine. Jack Black's fine. You guys, he's fine. Adults don't have to enjoy kids' movies. They just have to survive them. True. True. God. I know I was insufferable as a 9-year-old watching the Pokemon movie 10 times on repeat. Like I know that was insufferable, okay? that movie was thoroughly fine. but it was thoroughly fine the first time. It wasn't thoroughly fine by the 10th time. And frankly, my parents were saints for even allowing that to take place. Counterpoint, my mom conveniently lost a lot of movies I had as a kid that she hated. Counterpoint, it's really hard to do that now in the age of digital media. Yeah, it could be a fun movie. I just like, again, the visual contrast is difficult for me as like a viewer, but I don't think it'll be difficult for a kid as a viewer. So I'll be shocked if the writing holds up. I'm, fair. 6 writers on a project doesn't typically end well for a film, so we'll find out. We'll find out how it goes. Hey, Chainsaw CC. Now, folks, it's almost time. What I think we're trying to say is kids deserve better. Sure, but like there are plenty of like beloved things that are loved by children that aren't good, like by adult standards. I think kids and adults have different standards. Do they though? Yeah, I think so. Like it's okay. Like I don't know, some kids can't get enough of like Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, and you know what? That's fine. But as an adult, I don't want to watch 12 episodes of that in a row. I mean, I meant, do kids deserve better? I don't know. Sometimes they can be little shits. This is their punishment. Substandard films. Anyway, what? Moving on. Let's move on. Folks, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, drop the subs, donos, etc. And let's finally do some content, okay? I really want to finally cover this, and I've been wanting to go over it for a while. So I'm going to press the segment button. So there's this guy named Benny Morris, okay? Now, Benny Morris knows a few things about Israel, all right? Knows a couple of things here and there, all right? And there's a guy named Mehdi Hasan who knows a couple things about Israel too. And Al Jazeera was able to put together an event where Mehdi Hasan and Benny Morris sat down to talk about their differing views on Israel and Gaza. And I am frankly fascinated by this, and I want to see the conversation. It's my first time wading into it. I haven't pre-watched this. This did come out a month ago, so it's going to be dealing with some probably outdated circumstances going on in Gaza right now. The events going on in the West Bank right now, it's horrific right now. For those who don't know, Israel is doing its largest incursion into the occupied West Bank. Benjamin Netanyahu is effectively erasing the existence of the West Bank, and politicians in Israel are referring to it as Judea and Samaria rather than by the West Bank, which implies that they are intending to annex the West Bank. in violation of international law. And it is horrific right now. During this largest incursion in 20 years, they're ripping apart the streets of the occupied West Bank and doing hundreds of millions of dollars in damage with armored bulldozers. It's pretty devastating stuff, and we're going to talk more about that tomorrow. But I just want to let you all know they're not going to be talking about that because this was a month ago. So, that being said, here we go.
Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home.
Since Hamas's attack on October the 7th, Israel has been laying waste to the Gaza Strip. Tens of thousands killed, and the Israeli government now accused of committing genocide. But what can the history of the conflict tell us about how we got?
Yeah, one guy in America armors a bulldozer, and we talk about it for decades afterwards and call it the Killdozer incident. Israel just does that every day.
Here. My guest tonight is the famously provocative Israeli historian Benny Morris. His work once documented many of the crimes committed by Israel in 1948, but his critics say he now justifies those crimes. I'm Mehdi Hasan, and I'm here in London's legendary Free Speech Society, Conway Hall, to go head-to-head with Benny Morris. I'll challenge him on his support for the war on Gaza and ask him why he thinks accusations of genocide are absurd.
The thing is, Benny Morris, by my estimation, I've seen him engage in debates and like conversations on this topic before. He supports Israel, but he is also kind of confined by like the sense of professionalism to like his career as a historian. And he, as a result, like I think he's one of the Zionist figures most susceptible to just being able to be dog walked like to a position that is well, let me put it this way. Can we yes, here we go. Basically, this is every conversation with Benny Morris on this topic. Aren't you Patrick Starr? Yep. And this is your ID? Yep. I found this ID in this wallet, and if that's the case, this must be your wallet. That makes sense to me. Then take it. It's not my wallet. This is basically the conversation in a nutshell.
Tonight, I'll be joined by our panel of experts. Daniel Levy, a former Israeli peace negotiator and president of the U.S. Middle East Project. Diana Boutou, the Palestinian lawyer and former advisor to the PLO. And Emmanuel Navon, an Israeli lecturer of diplomatic studies at Tel Aviv University.
Like, solid lineup of professionals here.
Benny Morris, thank you for joining me on Head to Head. You are
also, if you guys like this, there's another conversation Mehdi Hasan had with like the ambassador to China, and I've only seen parts of it, but it also looks like it could be pretty good.
a supporter, a defender of Israel's current war in Gaza, which began in its current form after the atrocities on October the 7th, and which has since killed more than 38,000 Palestinians, including 15,000 children, displaced more than 1 million people, made Gaza uninhabitable per the UN, and is being investigated as a possible genocide at the International Court of Justice. A lot of people around the world think it's a genocide. I happen to think it's a genocide, but you have called that accusation absurd. Why?
Well, I once investigated a real genocide by Muslim Turks against the Christian communities of Turkey around the year 1900. Some 2 million Christians were killed at the time by Muslim Turks. And that's what a genocide actually looks like. What's happening in Gaza is a war. It's a war in which there are a lot of collateral deaths among Gazans. The war started, of course.
That is such an interesting way of phrasing that. What's happening there is a war with lots of collateral deaths among Gazans. Okay.
By the Hamas from Gaza in a giant massacre on October 7th. And the only way to respond to that, and any country would have responded to that, more or less in the same fashion, I think, was to try and go after the Hamas. But the Hamas was embedded in the population, as you know, used the schools, the UNRWA schools, the hospitals as bases, as places where they stocked their ammunition, their guns themselves, hid in tunnels underneath these schools, in apartment buildings. And this all involved collateral damage, which of course the Hamas knew it was going to ignite by killing 1,200 Israelis on the 7th of October. I myself have problems with the war as it's being waged, but genocide it definitely isn't. The aim here is not to kill as many Palestinians.
That's not the definition of genocide.
Oh, Mehdi. I love Mehdi. He's pugilistic in his conversations with these figures on these important topics, and I absolutely appreciate that. In a world, especially in America, where we are surrounded by media that just is like so docile in the face of people saying unspeakably horrid things.
Genocide. You wrote a book on genocide. That's not the definition of genocide.
It's one of the definitions.
It's not.
Try and kill.
It's not based on numbers. The definition.
It's also based on intent and on numbers.
It's based on the intent.
Yes.
There's no destroy, to kill in whole or in part.
There's no intent here.
That's as far as I know. Intent.
I'm not.
I just want to.
I wonder if he'd concede it's at the very least an ethnic cleansing.
I'm not a government spokesman. You seem to be presenting me as a government spokesman.
How did I present you in a government spokesman? I asked you for your view on the war. I didn't say anything. We'll come to the government. I'm just asking about your view right now. The definition of genocide, you wrote a book on it, is nothing to do with how many people you kill. So it's not a numbers game.
It's also a numbers game.
The ICC chief prosecutor has asked for arrest warrants, not just for Hamas leaders, but for the Israeli prime minister and the defense minister for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And he says he has mountains of evidence. We've all seen with our own eyes the Israelis in Gaza commit war crimes on camera, kill unarmed people who are carrying white flags, blow up apartment buildings, drop 2,000-pound bombs on crowded refugee camps. Can we at least agree, Benny, even if we're going to disagree on genocide, that Israel has committed numerous war crimes since the Hamas war crimes on October the 7th?
I'm fairly sure there have been war crimes, but the war itself is not a war crime, as the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October was. It was a war crime from beginning to end. The aim was to kill as many civilians as possible, which they did, in accordance with the Hamas charter, which is to kill basically every Jew you can get hold of in Palestine.
But I didn't ask about the aim. I asked about the acts that are being committed.
As I said, probably there have been, as in all wars, war crimes.
You accept there have been war crimes?
Yes.
So you would support an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
I didn't say that.
Why?
First,
dude, he's so slippery, dog.
Firstly, there hasn't been an arrest warrant.
I know, there's been a request from the ICC chief prosecutor.
So far, they haven't issued it. I don't know if you can hold a prime minister responsible if a sergeant kills several unarmed people intentionally.
You don't think the Israeli Air Force bombing apartment buildings, refugee camps, mosques, cemeteries, hospitals, schools, universities, libraries?
Firstly, it hasn't bombed, as far as I know, hospitals. They have attacked...
Literally no...
Dude. That, as far as I know, is doing so much labor here, it deserves its own union.
Literally no expert agrees with you on that.
That's not true. What you're saying is not true. The only hospital which I remember being bombed was by a rocket fired by the Islamic Jihad.
Oh my God.
That was the only one. That was the only one. Only one hospital's been attacked. Just real quick. Here, this is as of May from the European Commission, an official website of the European Union, from the European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations from May of this year. Let's see here. Since the start of the conflict in Gaza, following the brutal terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 31 out of 36 hospitals have been damaged or destroyed. Among the destroyed is the Al-Shifa Hospital, the largest medical complex in Gaza, which remains today completely out of service. And that was back in May of this year.
By mistake. That's as far as I remember. So Israel has raided hospitals.
Let me
talk.
But you know, maybe all of Europe is lying. You know, who can say?
Israel has raided hospitals, but with infantry.
Let me ask you this question.
It's found Hamas people in their Hamas headquarters, inside hospitals, under hospitals.
Actually, we've never seen the headquarters that Benjamin Netanyahu put a beautiful Bond movie video out for. We've never actually seen that from underneath Al-Shifa. It's been several months. We're still waiting for that. So on the 31st of October, according to Human Rights Watch, Israeli forces unlawfully attacked a 6-story residential building, killing 106 civilians, including 54 children, without warning. 4 strikes, completely demolished. Human Rights Watch found no evidence of a military target in the vicinity, making the strike unlawful, indiscriminate under the laws of war. Israeli authorities have provided no justification for the attack.
The Hamas always hides their own casualties.
Even the Israelis didn't say that they were hiding in the apartment building.
I don't.
You said you don't want to be a spokesman for the government. You're offering a better defense of the government than the government is.
I don't know. I don't know the particulars of that particular attack. It could be that there was a war crime committed there. It could also be that there were hundreds of Hamas fighters in the building along.
They just all happened. Hamas is just so good at hiding amongst the civilian population, and yet they put all of their fighters in one building to be smote by the Israeli military. Okay, sure, bud.
Alongside, it could be you.
Okay, so
have you ever seen footage? Have you ever seen footage coming out of the Gaza Strip which shows a Hamas fighter dead? Have you ever seen that?
How much?
All you see is civilians.
Benny,
because they're hiding. They're hiding.
I'm not a Palestinian journalist. I'm a foreign journalist. And guess what? We're not allowed in by the Israelis.
They are hiding their casualties.
So let me ask you this. So then, I agree. We should allow people in. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you. Let me tell you something about the Israeli Air Force. If we're talking about this. Each mission of the Israeli Air Force, and it's probably the most accurate and efficient arm of the Israeli military, is checked beforehand by a lawyer, etc., to see if their actual is there evidence, their actual evidence of.
I'm so glad
Hamas
you're pointing this out.
There.
Because it's not a rogue operation, it goes all the way up. See, we can indict Netanyahu for these attacks because it's gone up the chain of command. It's not a rogue sergeant. It's not a rogue sergeant. We agree. All right. You say it's not genocide. Can we at least agree that it's genocidal rhetoric and genocidal intent from various members of the...
Hey, fun fact, according to the World Health Organization, amongst all functional hospitals currently active in Gaza, or medical facilities currently active in Gaza, there are fewer than 1,500 beds. Roughly about 1 for every 60 injured people. For every 1 bed, there are 60 injured and dying people.
The Israeli government. Yes. We agree that the rhetoric from Netanyahu and Herzog and Smotrich,
yes, I forgot that the H in WHO stands for Hamas. I forgot. My bad.
It's genocidal rhetoric.
Some of the ministers, I'm not sure about Herzog's quotes, and I'm not sure about what Netanyahu said, that some of the ministers...
said Amalek, Benny. You know what Amalek means.
I don't know if that's the same as genocide, but...
Let's take a look at this. Amalek. described in the Hebrew Bible as the enemy nation of the Israelites. The name Amalek can refer to descendants of Amalek, the grandson of Esau, or anyone who lived in the territories of Canaan, or North African descendants of Ham, the son of Noah. Let's see. Let's see here. Do we have a... Where is it? I wanted a quote, and I'm not finding it here. But basically, for those of you who are unaware, invoking Amalek is basically saying we are going to kill every man, woman, and child, and every animal that belongs unto them in the region. That's like what invoking the cultural touchstone of Amalek means in Israeli society. No, like, it is... Annie, you are completely and utterly correct. This is what William Lane Craig, a Christian apologist, refers to as basically the divine command morality crux. And what that means is basically, if God tells you to do something, even if it seems utterly and completely horrific, even if God commands you to slit the throat of a newborn baby, that is the morally good thing to do. So if God commands it, then it is good, because God is definitionally good. So God commanding something can only be good. So if God commands a genocide, well then, it's a good and righteous genocide. That's essentially it. It doesn't go any farther than that. Now you might reasonably ask, how could you be sure God has actually commanded such a thing? And excellent question. That seems to be kind of one of the core weaknesses of divine command morality. But,
killing every man, woman, and child, and the donkeys.
Oh, hey. Why did I even bother to look it up? Mehdi Hasan, 10 steps ahead of me, okay?
Listen, there's something absurd about this line of questioning. If Israel was intent on genocide,
Can you let me talk? Hold on. Can you let him speak?
Would you let me talk?
Can you let him speak? Yes. Guys, we are going to have to stop the entire show, and you will all have to go home if we do not have some order. Benny, please finish your point.
If there was a genocidal intent in the war making in Gaza, there would be not 30,000. Incidentally, the numbers are all issued by Hamas. We don't know how true they are. But if there was
so they could be higher.
Genocidal intent by the Israeli government with the Israeli military machine to commit genocide in Gaza, there would not be 30,000 or 20,000 Gazans dead. There would be hundreds of thousands of Gazans dead.
I'm sure.
That is called genocide, and that's not what's happening in Gaza.
Benny, we've already discussed that's not the definition of genocide. But
this is like saying in This is like saying in 1934, oh, well, the German war machine, if they wanted to kill all of the Jews, they could have by now, so clearly there's no genocide going on. Sure, there's a concentration camp already opened at Dachau, but you know, we're not killing all of them fast enough, so clearly no genocide is happening. Like, obviously that's a ridiculous argument. Like, you don't just like press the button on like, yeah, full liquidation of the problem. You know, famously, for those of you who don't know much about World War II, the Nazis tried other means of getting rid of Jewish people. They tried deporting them en masse, you know, mass ethnic cleansings. And they found that it was too expensive to do that, or too difficult logistically to do that, or, you know, too diplomatically complicated to do that. And so they had the Jewish question. That's where it comes from. And that's where that term comes from. And so the final solution was the final solution to the Jewish question, i.e., instead of trying to deport them and do a mass ethnic cleansing, they would simply kill them. They would simply kill all of them. And we have had disturbing reports from the Netanyahu administration that there have been plans being floated around, specifically among the more fanatical supporters of Netanyahu and Likud, that the solution to the Palestinian question in Gaza might simply be to, well, maybe not kill all of them, but thin the herd so that there are few enough Palestinians left in Gaza that other countries would be more willing to take them in. That is absolutely true. I've covered it on the channel. This was widely reported in Israeli media, and it's deeply disturbing that in the face of this kind of overwhelming coverage, by the way, if you want good coverage of what's happening in Gaza, go to Israeli media. Israeli media sources are far more critical of Benjamin Netanyahu right now than any American sources whatsoever. Yeah, Haaretz is doing wonderful coverage. And it is, yeah. All of this has been reported widely in Israeli media.
But okay, let me ask you this.
That's not your definition.
No, it's
of
the
genocide.
1948 Genocide Convention.
There's lots of different.
Forget it. Forget the 1948 Genocide Convention.
There are lots of definitions.
That's not true, Benny. There's only one. There's only one. It's the 1948 Genocide Convention.
That sounds dogmatic. There's only one. There's only one truth, the Hamas truth. Sound the same.
Is the 1948...
Dude, I'm actually shocked that we are less than 10 minutes in, and Benny Morris is already completely unhinged.
Genocide Convention, a Hamas charter. Is everything Hamas, Benny?
If there's a genocidal side in this battle, it is the Hamas.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Just look at its charter, read the words there, read what it says about
by the way, Benny,
what they intend to do to the Jews.
Benny,
that's what
Benny,
is important.
I've interviewed people from Hamas and I've asked them about the charter. I'm interviewing you right now.
I'm
and
sure
I want to
they
ask
tell you it's a nice document.
I'm sure they do. Israeli minister called Avi Dikter, member of the Security Cabinet, he said, we're now rolling out the Gaza Nakba. He was referring to the Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948, when an estimate...
The Nakba, by the way, was a mass ethnic cleansing event, which I would encourage you all to remember what I just relayed to you about the trajectory of how the Nazis dealt with the question at play. Turns out Israel's mass ethnic cleansing hasn't worked either.
Estimated 700,000 Palestinians were driven from their homes. You famously documented a lot of that back in the 80s. You undermined a lot of Israeli propaganda that said they just fled on their own. So whether it's the 1948 Nakba or the 2024 Gaza Nakba, to quote Avi Dikter, For Palestinians, Zionism is Nakba. It is ethnic cleansing. Surely you, of all people, can recognize that.
I'm not sure I can recognize that, no. Yeah, you keep putting words in my mouth. Zionism's intent was to establish a Jewish state in the area called Palestine, or the land of Israel. Initially, the Zionists...
Man, that's a lot of couching your... Can we listen to that back?
Palestine, the intent was to establish a Jewish state.
A Jewish state.
In the area called Palestine.
In the area of Palestine.
The land of Israel.
Of the land of Israel. It's a interesting formulation of how that works.
Initially, the Zionists wanted to establish a Jewish state on the whole land of...
Yeah, turns out ethno-states are bad.
Israel, or all of Palestine. 1937, 1938, Zionism changed and said, we can't have all of the land. There are lots of Palestinians here. Let's share it with the Palestinians. In 1937, the British Peel Commission proposed the partition of Palestine between the two peoples living in it. The Palestinians said no and continued their war against Britain and the Zionists. The Zionists said yes to the partition proposal by Peel. The international community repeated the idea of the partition of Palestine between the Jews and the Arabs in 1947, November, the famous Resolution 181. The Jews said yes to the UN partition resolution.
Yo, this lady looks like she's about had it.
Resolution of 1947, accepting it.
Who are the three people they keep cutting camera to? They're experts in various aspects of this conflict, and I believe at some point in the conversation they're going to be called upon to like ask questions.
They would get some of Palestine, the Palestinian Arabs would get the other part, and the Palestinians said no and started shooting the next day, killing Jews.
So this is one of the reasons I wanted to interview you, because...
Yes, because I know some of the history.
You do know some of the history, and you said they all share... But the problem is, I don't know which Benny Morris I'm speaking to, because you're saying they all wanted to share the land. And yet, I have a book here that says, on the most basic level, Jewish colonization meant expropriation and displacement. Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. Zionism was a colonizing and expansionist ideology. That's Righteous Victims by Benny Morris.
I know. And
Well played, Mehdi Hasan. Well played.
You can respond.
I'm glad that the audience is cheering things I've written.
Because you were right in 2001. So I'm wondering about what happened to 2024.
And I agree with every word in there. But as I said...
Do you agree with the sentence that was just quoted at you that seemed to directly contradict what you have been saying for the past 10 minutes?
Zionism changed its objective and goal in the 1930s and agreed reluctantly. In
what way did it change its goals? Because, like, we clearly still see colonial policy, man. Like, what do you mean? They're right now, they're illegally occupying the West Bank and preparing to annex it by, again, this conversation happened over a month ago, but right now, the conversation in Israel is about possibly doing a temporary evacuation of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Meaning a mass ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in the West Bank so that annexation can happen of the West Bank, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with America, but in America we did that numerous times, but maybe one of the most famous examples of this would have been the Trail of Tears. Famously not a good moment in American history.
resigned to the idea of partitioning the land. And from that point on, the Zionists, a number of times in 37, 47, the year 2008, proposed partitioning Palestine with the Palestinians, and the Palestinians consistently have rejected partition under the Hamas Palestinian.
Man, this is crazy how he is not contradicting the claims he made in the book that Mehdi brought up. Like, how are you this blind to your own words, man?
And under the PLO Fatah as well. They always rejected partition.
Let me ask you this.
That's the truth, the basic truth of the conflict. Zionists
hold on, Benny, let me ask you a question.
Zionists willing to compromise, and the Palestinians always say no.
Benny,
yes, go ahead.
I want to read a quote out to you.
Yes.
You keep saying lots of positive stuff today, sharing, dividing. I want to read a quote to you. There are circumstances in history that justify ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
That is not a quote from Slobodan
Jesus Christ.
Milosevic.
Yes.
That is not a quote from a Rwandan genocide.
It's
your quote.
Yeah.
And a lot.
Jesus Christ, dude. What? How do you hold your head up after that? How do you say something that openly horrific and you're like, yeah, I said that. Yes, and?
A lot of your critics say you no longer just document ethnic cleansing, you apologize for it as well.
What's the context of what I quote? What you're
the context is you're asked, do you condemn what they did in 1948, Zionist militias? You say no. You're asked, they perpetrated ethnic cleansing. You say there are circumstances in history that justify ethnic cleansing.
What was the circumstance I'm talking about?
You say, I know that this term
What's the circumstance?
I'm reading your quote. I know that this term is completely negative, but when the choice is between ethnic cleansing and genocide, the annihilation of your people, I prefer ethnic cleansing.
So the Jews understood in 48, the Jews were under threat of annihilation by the Arabs, and that, in my view...
So you are justified in doing an ethnic cleansing? That's insane.
It has been 2 years, Jack. I have sent Ravens, Jack. Why have you not responded to Ravens, Jack?
Cassifel, thank you for resubscribing and for being subscribed for 2 years. And I don't speak Raven, so I got a bit confused. I'm sorry. But thank you for supporting the stream. Hope you're doing well.
View legitimized, justified cleansing Arabs from Palestine.
You know, I just want to point out the irony here, which is that the Nazis would have claimed and did claim the same thing. The Nazis claimed that Jewish people were an existential threat to Germany and to the German way of life, and that's why they needed to be destroyed. That was their claim. Was it true? No. But that didn't matter. That was their claim. And he's just reproducing that. And he's a historian. He should know this. He should know this.
The Jews were threatened with death by a second genocide after the Nazi genocide.
The Hutus said exactly the same thing about
every group that perpetrates a genocide claims that the people that they are genociding are an existential threat. That is the key component.
The Tutsis in 1994.
They were talking about the Zionists?
No, they said we can ethnically cleanse and kill these people because they're threatening us.
No,
right? Everybody who's ever done bad things says we're doing it defensively, right?
I didn't say threatening. I said the Arabs of Palestine attacked the Jewish community in Palestine from 1947 on.
That doesn't justify ethnic cleansing,
They were joined.
You can't justify a war crime, a crime against humanity.
Ethnic cleansing is not regarded as a war crime by any...
So you're fine with it?
It's not a matter of fine. It's not a happy event.
Understand.
We're not. I prefer ethnic cleansing of the other to being massacred my own people. Yes.
You see, we had to do the ethnic cleansing, otherwise they would have killed all of us. Were the mothers and the babies going to kill you? How? How exactly?
Sure.
Even if that involves innocent people being driven from their homes and not allowed to come back.
Yes, if you're under threat.
How does that fit with Zionists wanted to share the land?
Because
Dude, how... We're only 15 minutes in. How does this conversation move forward from here? This is insane.
Of course the Zionists wanted... No, you're mixing up the times, the chronology. The Zionists were willing to share the land. The Arabs said no. The Arabs attacked them. And from that point on, the Jews, to defend themselves properly...
Did all of the Arabs attack the Jews? Were there not, like, merchants and housekeepers and farmers and children? Were the children attacking? Were the babies crawling aggressively towards these people? No. Come on, man. What are you doing here? This is literal dehumanization at work.
They would have to drive out Arabs from certain areas from which the Arabs were attacking the Jewish community.
So it was a pragmatic thing in the heat of war.
It wasn't ideological, it was pragmatic.
Even though you yourself say that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Your words.
Dude, how do you write books upon books on this and contradict yourself this badly? This is wild. He's cooked. We're only 15 minutes in.
It depends what you mean by transfer. A transfer
depends what you mean by transfer. You're the one using the euphemism.
It depends. No. It depends what part of the population we're talking about. Total transfer was never any part of Zionist policy.
Partial transfer.
A partial transfer from areas in which the Jews wanted to establish their state in part of Palestine, and from which the Arabs were busy attacking the Jews.
Okay, I want to bring in the panel. Before I do, a lot of talk about whether Zionism is a form of colonialism. If I said to you Zionism is something colonial, what would you say to that?
I would say there's some partial truth in it, but on large it's wrong. It's not a correct interpretation.
Those are Theodore
Zionism.
Herzl's words. He wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, the founder of Rhodesia in Zimbabwe. He said it's something colonial.
Okay.
So maybe you should take it up with the founder of Zionism.
I can't take it up with Herzl.
Okay.
Herzl may have said that in order to...
Not may, he did say that.
Ingratiate... No, in an effort to ingratiate himself with the great colonizer.
The thing is, I believe Benny Morris is a smart man. He's sighing that deeply because he's upset that he's being confronted with a contradiction he already knows.
Rhodes, it's possible. That's not the point. The point is...
Want to hear that sigh again? Yes.
Ingratiate, no, with Herzl.
Okay.
Herzl...
So maybe you should take it up with the founder of Zionism.
I can't take it up with Herzl.
Okay. Cecil Rhodes, the founder of Rhodesia in Zimbabwe. He said it's something colonial.
Okay.
So maybe you should take it up with the founder of Zionism.
I can't take it up with Herzl.
Okay.
Herzl may have said that in order to...
Not may, he did say that.
Ingratiate... No, in an effort to ingratiate himself with the great colonizer. Rhodes, it's possible. That's not the point. The point is...
This is why I don't understand. Benny, Zionism...
You don't allow me to finish sentences.
I do, please.
No, you
please
do. You
please finish the sentence.
Continuously interrupt.
Please.
You're trying to do what Trump did to Biden.
Wow, I've never been compared to Trump before. That's a first. But you've actually eaten up more time saying that, so please finish your sentence.
In order to mess up his sentences. Zionism intended to liberate the Jews from the alienation and oppression under which they lived in Eastern Europe, also later Central Europe, by establishing a state of the Jews, with a majority of Jews, with Jews ruling over themselves. They ended up in part realizing that dream at the expense of Palestinians. This is correct.
Okay.
This is what happened,
Good.
as it turned out.
We'll end on a point of agreement and bring in our panel. We have Diana Boutou, who's a Palestinian lawyer in Israel, former advisor to the PLO.
All right, before we jump into this second part here, just want to say, this is crazy. The fact that Benny Morris is educated on this, he's made it his life's work to talk about like history, and specifically the history of this region of the world, and the fact that he knows he's full of shit. You can hear how he sighs when something he already knows contradicts his point that he's even said and written about in the past is brought up. He's sighing not because, like, he was wrong then and right now. He's sighing because it's inconvenient to confront him with that contradiction. We're literally seeing the mental dissonance play out. It's really like almost singular how it is manifesting here. Now, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of this, learning as we all are constantly together, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider sharing the stream with your friends, your family, your relatives, your dogs, and your cats. And please consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, etc. Because this show is brought to you by you guys. Like, you make this show possible. Without your support, without your subs, your donos, etc., I would not be able to make this show. I wouldn't be able to stay up until 2:30 in the morning doing a late night. Is this a podcast? Live stream? I don't know. What do the kids call it these days? The Skibbity Riz Ohios? Whatever I'm doing. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. So consider supporting stream. I shared it with our dog. She said it was pretty rough. Well played. Well played. Well played. God. Is this the late night show with Riverboat Jack? Kinda. It's kind of what I do. Me and my cat enjoy the stream? Hell yeah, Cosmic Quibble. Let's go. Okay. With that being said, consider supporting stream, and let's continue. Here we go.
Emmanuel Navon is an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Daniel Levy is a former Israeli peace negotiator, president of the U.S. Middle East Peace Project.
Yeah, honestly, logic. Benny Morris lost the second he agreed to be on this show.
Deanna, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about genocide, because we started the show talking about genocide. Benny very adamantly says it's absurd. There's many definitions. You're a lawyer. What do you make of that?
Look, Benny is exactly what I expect him to be, which is a genocide denier and a genocide apologist. Every human rights organization has been defining this as a genocide. We have the ICJ that has come out and said that there's plausible case for genocide, and yet we're...
I feel like we need a... Feel like we need
to believe the Israelis, the only people who say that it isn't a genocide. Israel's allowed to be a colonizer. Israel's allowed to do what it pleases, and that Palestinians just have to sit by idly and take it. And this is the fundamental problem with Zionism. But we, Palestinians, are the ones who feel Zionism on our bodies. We paid for it with our lives. We paid for it with our land. This attempt to redefine Zionism will go nowhere, because you know, and the world knows, it's a
Hold on, I'm going to bring in all the panel. Then
it's a colonial...
Well done. Bring in the heat of the People's Court. The people. Iridescent Kitten, thank you very much for the $5 dono. Thank you for answering the call to support stream. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Emmanuel, you teach international relations in Israel. Is there a recognition there that a lot of the world governments, allies of Israel, as well as the usual human rights groups, are very critical, at a minimum, of the way that Israel has prosecuted what's going on in Gaza?
Well, first of all, Diana said we're feeling Zionism. You're right, you're feeling it, because the only place in the Middle East where Arabs are free is Israel.
Okay. We won't even engage with like the Jim Crow laws in Israel. Okay.
And so the freedom that you have, Diana, is because the only country in the Middle East where there is freedom is the state of Israel, from which you benefit, and you should be thankful for it.
I'm not grateful at all.
Because the only country in the Middle East where...
Imagine saying that to like a Palestinian. Like most Palestinians have lost like friends or family because like the Israeli military or Israeli settlers sanctioned by the Israeli government have killed them. Like, yeah, be thankful, okay? Be thankful you have your life.
Arabs can elect their officials,
Disgusting.
be elected, be judges at the Supreme Court, be president of a university. The only free country in the Middle East is Israel.
Dan, do you want to respond?
Can they live in a neighborhood if it's judged to be, you know... let me put it this way. Are they free to live in any neighborhood in Israel? It's a trick question because the answer is no, they're not. Because many neighborhoods and the local areas have laws or regulations or zoning issues that stipulate that, hey, you can only live here if it preserves the Jewish character of the neighborhood. Meaning that they aren't going to sell homes to Palestinians. They aren't going to sell land to Arabs. They aren't going to change the inherent Jewish character, in their view, of the neighborhood or land. Meaning, effectively, there are no-go zones for you if you are Arab or Palestinian. You know, like it's pretty disgusting. And we had this in America too, by the way. We called it Jim Crow. We called it, you know, an extension of slavery. They had it in South Africa too, and they called it apartheid.
To that?
I find it staggering that the gentleman to my right is telling the Palestinian citizen of Israel how she is experiencing the reality under which she lives. It's a staggering moment for me. Now, you know, there were different strands to Zionism, okay? There was a cultural Zionism, there was a binational Zionism. This could have gone in different directions. From the perspective of 2024, 75 plus years in, the idea that this is just something benign doesn't match with the reality that has been lived. Now, I would say it's clear what this has meant for Palestinians, but I would argue it's not doing what was written on the tin for Jews either. I don't think either Israeli Jewish or global Jewish safety is best served by the actions we see day in, day out in Gaza.
True. You know, pursuing this expansionist colonial policy comes at the expense of Israel's security. Like every day that is spent trying to occupy or, you know, ethnically cleanse Gaza or occupy or ethnically cleanse the occupied territories of the West Bank, every day that goes by destabilizes the region and risks a regional war. Which I shouldn't have to point out, but that's not really in the best interests of the Israeli people.
Would you like to respond to what you've heard from the panel?
Please. I think there's a misunderstanding here. There is a separation between Israel and the West Bank, Israel and the occupied territory largely populated by the Palestinians and the State of Israel. In Israel itself, there is a rule of law. There is generally
in the occupied territories are what are they living under? Is it occupation? Are they being illegally occupied? Are they not subject to the same laws? Can they be held for crimes indefinitely without a trial? Yeah, they can be, actually. Is there travel between different cities, often curtailed by checkpoints and settlers? Oh, yeah, that's true, actually.
Equality between the Jews and the Arabs, and you're misrepresenting it when you say that they are persecuted. And he's damn right in what he says. All the Arab states are dictatorships which do not allow their citizens any freedom. And Israeli Arabs enjoy most of the rights. They may be discriminated against in certain things, but they may enjoy.
What things are they discriminated against in Benny? Yeah, sure, they may be discriminated against in some things, but like you have most of the same rights. Yeah, I mean, you got it pretty fucking good, okay? You guys got most of the same rights. And you know, it'd be a shame if something would have happened to you if you were to advocate for the same amounts of rights. Be a damn shame somebody had an armored bulldozer nearby.
Certain rights which Jews do not have, for instance, not serving 3 years, wasting 3 years in the army, for example. Israeli Arabs don't do.
This is literally like arguing this is like what racists in like the 1860s in America were arguing, man. Like, well, freed blacks have some rights. For example, they don't have to serve in the Continental Army. Why, they have it pretty good. Like literally, we're too racist to let them into our armed forces. So you know, like they got it pretty good. They got a good deal.
We don't want to do
No, it's fine.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure most Palestinians are desperate to serve in the Israeli military right now.
I'm sure you're right.
For leaving us from
one should be true. In pre-1967 Zionism in Israel, it was not a colonial enterprise. In the West Bank, there is a colonizing and colonial
Every day I wake up and remember monsters exist in this world. Thank you for being a light in the dark. Wide peepo hug.
Oh, Drago Vitricordes, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I appreciate it so goddamn much. Thank you. I hope you're doing all right. How are you doing, lovely? I knew someone for 15 years, and one day he got drunk and told me slaves didn't all have it so bad. Yeah, there's definitely a persistent narrative in America where people say, slaves loved being enslaved. And you'll notice it also exists in the UK as well. Kept alive, of course, by one J.K. Rowling, who basically wrote every single bit of Southern slave apologia as part of the fictional world building she made for house elves. They just love being slaves. In fact, they can't survive without being slaves. They need to be enslaved. You just don't get it, you silly gooses. Yeah, Corey Malleus. Yeah, like slaves have it pretty good. They don't have to pay taxes. You know, they don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from. But right, like that literally the argument of like pro-slavery folks in the South.
Framework, which
yeah,
is
it was Spew, TG Durza.
Even
TJ.
apartheid-like in its actual workings. But in pre-1967...
Are you...
1967 Zionism in Israel, it was not a colonial enterprise. In the West Bank, there is a colonizing and colonial framework, which is even apartheid-like in its actual workings.
Wow, what an amazing concession from Benny Morris. Yeah, sure, we're doing apartheid, but, you know, only in the West Bank. Ignore the part where I already acknowledged we have a two-tiered society in Israel proper as well.
But in pre-1967 Israel, that was not the case. And for the first 100 years or so of Zionism, it wasn't a colonial venture.
Mr. Malachite, is this guy saying that the Israeli government is giving privilege to Arabs over Jews? Yes.
It wasn't a venture of an extension of an imperial. Let me just define colonialism, since you're so busy defining genocide. Imperialism and colonialism were matched together, in which an empire sent its children to dominate and take over a third world country and exploit its riches and its people. This is not what Israel did until 1967.
Emmanuel, do you agree?
Well, you have to understand, we weren't doing imperialism until 1967, and then we started. We just never stopped. It's been 58 years of colonialism, or 68 years of colonialism. Whatever. It's been a long time of colonialism, but they had it coming because they're Arabs.
I agree with Benny that there is a colonial aspect and apartheid.
These are like the worst arguments. He's literally sideshow bobbing, being a vicious, like, anti-Palestinian racist.
Like aspect to the occupied West Bank?
No. Zionism is a national liberation movement that freed its land from Arab Muslim colonialism. How do you think Islam expanded itself?
He's a lecturer of diplomatic studies at Tel Aviv University. Dog. Yeah, you really got to liberate the occupied West Bank from all of those poor olive farmers, man. Yeah, they're a real big threat. You got to liberate that land, man.
From the Arab Peninsula to Indonesia, from Indonesia to Morocco, not from the Holy Spirit. This was conquest and colonialism.
Okay, we are out of time, but I'm going to give Diana the last word before we take a break.
Okay, so now we have a Nakba denier and a Nakba apologist, as well as a genocide denier.
You can't deny that it happened. You just think it was good that it happened. Like, the Nakba was documented. We have pictures and video of it happening. Like, that, it verifiably happened. The difference is that you just think it was good that it happened. You think that kicking hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children out of their homes and sending them to wander the world is good. You think that was good.
Genocide apologists, the point of the matter is that Palestinians have always paid the price for Israel's colonial adventures. My family hails for hundreds of years from Palestine. And what happened in 1948 was my family was ethnically cleansed from Palestine.
Where?
From Al-Mjadel. Never able to return back to their home. My father died unable to return back to his village because of the colonialism that is called Zionism. There is no place for Zionism.
We are way over on time. Daniel, 30 seconds. You want to come in?
What's remarkable to me is we've gone from denying the Nakba, and Benny Morris actually helped get past that, to threatening a second Nakba, and that's the narrative in Israel today, without going through what's most necessary, which is acknowledging and healing and redressing and Palestinians actually getting their rights. Because without that, not only will Palestinians never see peace and security and the achievement of freedom, but Jewish Israelis will always live in the knowledge that that wrong will create a blowback and there's no security.
That is it for part one of Head to Head with our special guest.
We're only halfway through.
Yes, Benny Morris. In part two, we'll be talking about what is happening inside of Israeli society. We'll be talking a bit more about Benny Morris's views, and we'll hear from our, I was going to say patient audience at Conway Hall, but they're not so patient tonight. That's in part two of Head to Head.
God damn. Absolutely unspeakable levels of brain damage have been done to the Israeli population to get them like to march lockstep with this genocidal rhetoric. Good night, Elenita Express. Well, folks, we've been covering this video for so long now, but we got to see it through. But consider dropping the subs, the donos, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the buttons, then help do the things that support the stream and allow me to continue making content. With that, let's continue.
Welcome back to Head to Head on Al Jazeera English. I'm with my guest, Benny Morris, one of Israel's most famous historians. We have a panel of experts, and we have a live audience here in London's Conway Hall, who we will be hearing from shortly. Benny Morris, in part one of the show, we argued, you and I, about genocide, about ethnic cleansing, about the Nakba. Can we start part two, Benny, by agreeing, both of us, on something that Israel has seen in recent years a pretty...
Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that.
Serious, severe, brazen shift to the right, some would say far right, with the likes of Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir in the cabinet, a lot of fanatical settlers inciting violence in the occupied West Bank. According to some polls, 60% of Israeli Jews say it's better for there to be segregation between the two societies, 48%.
I'm sorry, 60%?
60% of Israeli Jews say it's better for there to be segregation between the two societies. 48%, according to one poll a few years ago, supported the expulsion of Palestinian citizens of Israel.
Almost half? Wait, what year? I'm sorry, this is insane.
48%, according to one poll a few years ago, supported the expulsion of Palestinian citizens of
48%, a poll from a few years ago. What would a poll right now say? Oh my God. Oh, Dragonfly, we're watching Mehdi Hasan talk with Benny Morris, and it's absolutely a fascinating level of insight into like the mindset and justification for a genocide.
Israel. What is going on in Israel?
Israel has turned definitely to the right. It's partly to do with demography. More religious people are born, more than secular people. I would say also, unfortunately, more Sephardi people are born than Ashkenazi secular people. I would say that in addition to the demographic shift, which has taken place in the last 20, 30, 40 years, continuous Arab terrorism and Arab reluctance to reach a compromise has also driven Israelis to the right.
You've also been critical of the far right in Israel, as we just heard you say.
I'm very critical.
You've called
How are you critical of the far right, and yet you've been justifying genocide and apartheid conditions for the first almost 25 minutes of this? Critical on what? Financial, fiscal responsibility? Like what? This man is the most liberal Israeli. That very well might be true. In his context as like an educated man in Israel, he might be one of the most left-leaning Israeli folks, which is deeply that should like make your blood run cold.
Netanyahu cowardly and incompetent, but you yourself have been criticized by some on the left, both in Israel and abroad, for your own views. And I just want to get through some of them with you, because you've said what many would say are racist things about Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims. You've called them barbarians. You've said they have no moral inhibitions. You've said they ought to be caged. You've said Palestinian citizens of Israel are a time bomb, a fifth column, the emissary of the enemy.
I got the gist.
I know, but the audience need to hear it.
Okay.
You say you're a liberal and you believe in the peace process. A lot of Palestinians would say, how do we make peace with people who say they're liberal Zionists and they think of us in this way?
It's quite a question of quoting out of context, which you are indulging in. Those who blew up buses and restaurants in Israel during the Second Intifada, I'm talking about both Hamas and Fatah terrorists,
Yeah, but you're not limiting your comments to just them. You think all Palestinians should be like ethnically cleansed because of that. Like, your ideology makes it acceptable to you when you see tens of thousands of children being slaughtered as collateral damage. You just don't think that they're as human as Israeli children. They cry the same, man.
I called barbarians and they behaved.
Not just them.
And I did no. I called them barbarians and they behaved like barbarians.
You didn't call all
and
Arabs barbarians?
No, I didn't.
You did actually in 2004 in Haaretz.
God bless Mehdi Hasan, dude. He does his homework, guys. Wait, so this guy's a liberal? Yeah, John Brongus. You need to understand, in the Israeli context, he's considered a lefty. In the Israeli context, Benny Morris is considered a left-leaning Zionist. That he is in fact the best case scenario for a Zionist.
You said the Arab world as it is today is barbarian.
That's true. The Arab world.
That's an oxymoron. Do you know what percentage of Israeli citizens are Zionists? Like guys, we literally just watched Mehdi Hasan quote polling numbers where like almost 70%, or it was either 60 or 70%, believe that Jim Crow apartheid should happen with Palestinians that live inside Israel. Where almost 50% believe that there should be a mass ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Israel. Not just the occupied territories, but Israel proper. Right? That's the context of Israel, where the vast majority believe in ethnic cleansing as a matter of policy. Believe in apartheid as a matter of policy. In that context, this guy is considered a left-leaning individual. Does that mean he's a left-leaning individual in the context of America? No. Fuck no. But that just kind of shows you how far, like, advanced the political brain rot of fascism is in Israel.
I didn't say all Arabs are barbarians. I said the Arab world is barbarian in its behavior.
What does that mean? The Arab world is barbarian.
Have a look.
Well, look, I didn't say that all Arabs are barbarians. I just said that the Arab world is barbarian in nature. Well, I'm sure you could find a couple good ones. Absolutely insane.
Look at Syria, where the regime killed about 500,000 people in its civil war trying to suppress an uprising. Look at Sudan, where the Arabs are busy killing blacks in Darfur. Look at Libya, where they're killing.
Sir, you're not beating the racist allegations here, like at all. Like you're not. When I'm not racist. I said Arabs are barbarians, but I only mean that because look at all of the crimes they do. The Arab crime rate is through the roof. Look at all of the crimes. Like, dude, how are you any different from like a virulent racist against African Americans. You know, like, how are you any different than like the 1350 white supremacist types? Where's the daylight between your position and them? There is none. It's the same position.
Each other, they throw bombs at funeral cortèges. Look at Iraq.
It's totally understandable,
they
Ms.
behave like
Milena.
barbarians.
If somebody said to you, and I would say this is anti-Semitic, if somebody said to you the Jews are barbarians, the Jewish world is barbarian, I think you would agree that's anti-Semitic. And if somebody said, well, I'm not being anti-Semitic because I'm just talking about the IDF.
I don't think it would be anti-Semitic. It would be false. That's the point.
You don't think it would be?
Look, I'm not being bigoted when I say that the Arabs are barbarians. The Arab world is barbaric. I'm not being bigoted. I'm just saying a truth about the world. Hey, that's what every racist thinks they're doing. That every racist that has ever wandered into my chat to like talk about how, oh, black people only make up 13% of the population, but they do 50% of the violent crime. And like that's how they justify like looking down on black people. Like, yeah, you're a racist. You're a racist, man. Like I don't know what to tell you. You need to like understand that about yourself so you can fix your heart.
It would be anti-Semitic for me to say the Jewish world is barbarian.
It would be false, not
Okay.
necessarily anti-Semitic.
And when you say the Israeli Arabs are a time bomb, they're a potential fifth column. That's all of them. You didn't say some terrorists.
I said
Those are your words.
Israel's Arab minority, which identifies in large measure with the Palestinian cause, is
Yeah, you think that an entire minority in your country is potentially dangerous, and you know, given the framework you put forward earlier about what you do with people you deem as a whole dangerous, it seems like you would want to ethnically cleanse the Arabs in your country. That seems kind of like where you're going with this, Benny. Like actual monster shit.
Is in the long historical perspective a potential time bomb. Yes, I would agree with that.
You said they're a potential fifth column.
Or a potential fifth column, yes.
An emissary of the enemy that is among us. This is vicious.
It's not just vicious. It's quite literally recycled Nazi propaganda. This is what fascism does to people, chat. One of the Nazi arguments to support the genocide was that they were undermining the country. They were waging an economic war. They made up all kinds of lies in order to justify their crimes against them, against Jewish people. Like, it's insane to see Benny Morris, a historian who has studied genocide, not make this connection. How do you not do that? It's breathtaking in its ignorance. It's really shocking.
Stuff.
No, I don't remember using the word enemy.
Whether you remember it or not is irrelevant. You said it. Their slide into complete Palestinization has made them an emissary of the enemy that is among us.
During the Second Intifada, when there were riots by Israeli Arabs, blocking of roads, etc., they behaved like an emissary of the enemy. This is correct. It depends on context. You keep quoting things without explaining the context.
I'm not sure there is any context for dismissing an entire people as a fifth column.
Nobody is. Okay, go ahead.
All right, let's talk about some other views of yours, which are some.
Yeah, we're also just not going to fully engage with the fact that he said that Arabs in Israel were undergoing a Palestinianization, i.e. they were becoming too similar to Palestinians. And that's why he viewed them as dangerous. The parallels just are compounding on each other. Like, this is
Somewhat controversial, many would say. You're not just somebody who said some...
You don't actually want any facts from me or any explanations of anything.
You just explained yourself very well. You said the Iraqis who throw bombs.
You just want to accuse.
I'm not accusing, actually.
Yes,
it's not an accusation, it's a fact.
Really
it's not Mehdi Hasan's fault that you wrote things that directly contradict what you're saying.
This isn't really an interview. This is basically blame throwing and an interrogation.
You don't like defending your views?
I don't like defending my views. I'm able to defend my views, but you come up with these quotations which are out of context.
Oh, that's...
You know, I can't help but notice that when you're given the time to explain the context, Benny, that it's not improving the quotes. It's not explaining or making them seem better. You're just kind of digging the grave deeper, man.
Don't explain the historical context.
Everything.
The audience doesn't understand what you're talking about.
I just read the entire quote to you. I read the entire quote to you, Benny.
And then they used the word racist, which you used at the beginning when you introduced this subject.
You said, yeah, you said when... Okay, here's something else you said. You said, we're talking about murder in far larger numbers. It's not a matter of money, referring to Palestinians in Israel. It's the society's nature. Yes, I would say that's a racist comment to say an entire society has a murderous nature.
During the Second Intifada...
This was said in 2019, Benny, not in the Second Intifada. It's not my fault if you can't remember when you said things. In 2019, you said, we're talking about murder. It's the society's nature.
Murder of who?
The murder rates in Israel. You said Arabs have higher murder rates.
Explain to the audience what we're talking about.
I'm sorry to break it to you. That doesn't get you out of it. You said...
See, like, it's just constantly like, aha, aha, aha. You see, it suddenly makes it seem less bad. And it's like, no, it actually seems more bad when you say it.
Let me explain what was going on. The murder rates by Israeli Arabs of their fellow people, basically, not of Jews, but of fellow Arabs, is much, much higher. It's about 100 or 200% higher than the murder rate among Jews. The same applies, incidentally, to the killing of women. The same applies to honor murders, which are called honor killings, when a woman shows too much leg or looks at the man the wrong way. This is...
Yeah, because Israelis would never do that to Palestinians. Don't look up anything about settler violence towards Palestinians, I guess.
Unfortunately, inherent in Arab societies in general in the Middle East. And
did he just black on black crime the Palestinians? Yes, 100%.
Among Israeli Arabs as well. That's the context.
My problem is there's no context for making sweeping statements.
You know that's true.
Let me ask you this.
Racist.
Let me ask you this.
Is that true or not?
You are a racist.
We will bring in. We will bring in.
Not racist. Is it
we will bring in Diana in a moment.
Is it true?
I want to ask one
last question. You are a racist.
Forget the word racist.
Benny.
You actually just made a racist comment.
We're talking about facts.
When you said
Benny, I will let Diana respond in a moment. I will let. You can't tell me that you don't want heckling from the audience and then engage when we're talking. You can't have it both ways. So I'm talking to you. We'll come to the audience.
Okay.
One last question. You can do what you like. One last question. It's a free country, as they say. Let me ask you this.
I have so much respect for Mehdi Hasan for confronting this naked hatred head on. In a way that most American media is completely unequipped to. Like, Mehdi is able to actually, like, sit in front of this man and engage him effectively. Not just give him a pampering, like, simpering interview, hanging on his every word. It's actually really refreshing to see a journalist ask hard questions.
It's not just the racism that you've been accused of. You've also been accused of warmongering. You just recently wrote a Haaretz column in June where you said Israel should consider nuking Iran to prevent them from...
Most sane Zionist, by the way. I'm doing okay. How you doing? I'm tired. I'm running out of juice. It's 3:15 in the morning. It's late. But I am fascinated by this. I can't look away.
From acquiring nuclear weapons. Not even Benjamin Netanyahu has said that. You've said it.
Well, he's more responsible. He's a prime minister.
So you're irresponsible.
Yes.
I do have to say, what an interesting, this shot. Just a bunch of people with faces of like disgust, and then there's this guy just like.
I mean, nuking an entire country.
That is not what's written in the article. You misquote everything you say.
I asked
Almost
you a question.
everything you say.
It was a question.
Okay, I'll say what the context is.
Please.
Is destroying the Iranian nuclear facilities. That's the context.
With nukes.
Yes, with nukes, but not destroying Iran, as you just said. I said.
Oh, they're friendly, not non-destructive nukes. The friendly ones. You might think of nuclear weapons as horribly destructive and full of civilian casualties. Events that might poison the land and the air and the water for generations to come, rendering wide swaths of land unlivable. But have you considered friendly nukes? The nukes for children? But not in that way. The friendly kind of nukes that even children can know and love. What's a little fallout among friends, exactly?
You think dropping a nuke on Iran would have limited...
Not on Iran, on...
It's a friendship nuke. A nuke of friendship.
Small nuclear bombs can destroy facilities like Natanz, and you know that.
And you...
It's not to do
you've been advocating this for 15 years, right?
Just a little nuke. Just a little nuke, guys. I cannot believe this.
Right?
No, I've been advocating an Israeli strike against the Iranian nuclear project because Iran says that its policy is to destroy Israel. If they ever,
it doesn't have nukes.
If they ever achieve nuclear weaponry, Israel will be in mortal...
but you didn't say that. You said bomb them now. You said in 2008.
No. Now
in 2008,
you're not telling the truth. You know that.
Look, we need to just do a little nuking now in order to... prevent a possible event in the future. And it's just like, have you considered the possibility that Iran wants a nuke so badly because you're openly talking about the need to nuke them right now? Like, it's not rocket science here. Like, part of the reason why North Korea has wanted nukes for so long is because they want to not be invaded. And when you have neighbors threatening to nuke you, you kind of want to have that same thing so you can achieve a kind of mutually assured destruction, which would then deter any possible aggression in the future.
You didn't call for the nuking. You didn't call for a nuclear strike in 2008 on Iran.
For example, to kind of demonstrate my point, do you think that he would be arguing if Iran currently had a nuke that Israel should nuke Iran? No, because that would start a nuclear exchange. That would be beneficial for literally nobody. Which is why Iran wants a nuke.
No, I didn't.
You
In 2008, I said Israel should destroy the Iranian nuclear installation.
With a nuclear strike?
No, I didn't say that.
This is my problem, Benny. You keep saying you don't remember.
Exactly. Nucleus. The ethnic cleansing is putting Israel in most danger. Exactly. The colonial policy that Israel has adopted is threatening regional war.
No, and I do.
The New York Times, July the 18th, 2008, an Israeli nuclear strike to prevent the Iranians from taking the final steps towards getting the bomb is probable.
I didn't say I supported it. I said it's probable.
You said the alternative is letting Tehran have its bomb. It's very clear what you were supporting. Come on, now who's playing word games?
Israel does not have as part of its policy.
You know, I love that Mehdi Hasan actually does his homework and clearly, like, read all of this guy's articles.
And doesn't announce as its policy the destruction of Iran. But Iran does say that its policy is to destroy Israel, and they are working diligently to get nuclear weapons. And if the Iranians do achieve nuclear weapons, Israel will be finished. That's what the Iranians are aiming at. And using tactical nuclear weapons to destroy the Iranian nuclear installations before they achieve nuclear weaponry, it makes sense to me. It may not make sense to you because you're not.
I mean, do you think Iran would be justified in arguing that they should tactically nuke Israel? Like, are you insane?
Not as an Israeli, so you don't care. But
I'm a human being, so I care about nuclear weapons.
I don't know what you care about. I don't know what you care about.
Well, you just assumed. Let me go to our panel here. We have Diana Boutou, Palestinian lawyer in Israel, former advisor to the PLO. We have Daniel Levy, former Israeli peace negotiator at the U.S. Middle East Project. We have Emmanuel Navon, who is an international relations lecturer at Tel Aviv University. Diana, I've got to bring you in first since we got started earlier. Potential fifth column.
This is exactly the problem, is that he's a racist. He espouses these racist views. That's the problem with Israel. Israel is a society, a country that is based on this idea of Jewish supremacy, and anything that they do or say goes, which means, therefore, that as a Palestinian who lives in that country, who is not enjoying any benefits of so-called democracy, that they get to espouse and tell me how I feel. They get to make statements like we are a fifth column, and they actually treat Palestinians as though they are a fifth column. It's very important, Mehdi, for people to understand that Israel came to us. We didn't immigrate to Israel. Israel's a colonial movement, and as a colonial movement, its aim is to not only get rid of Palestinians, but it's to transform the entire place, to erase and replace.
Okay, Emmanuel,
can I just say, like, she's carrying herself like a queen. Like, the amount of restraint you must need in order to not, like, just scream in fury at this man who's arguing that, like, his people should be able to nuke others, who's arguing that, like, your people are barbarians who need to be ethnically cleansed. Absolutely. He's literally making arguments that, like, people like her, of her race and background, ethnicity, whatever you want to call it, are lesser than Israelis, that they are a lesser people, that they are subhuman.
I want to ask you this. Do you recognize the shifts that Benny was agreeing on at the start of this segment about what's happening inside of Israeli society?
Well, allow me to respond to what Diana just...
Also, this guy might actually be a monster. Like, I feel like he's about to say something even more unhinged.
Said she's not telling the truth. What she's saying is not true. First of all, the Jewish country, I mean, there are over 190 states in the world. Most of them are nation states. It's not about supremacy. It is about national self-determination and freedom. Now, we didn't come to you.
The way
this is
about national self-determination and freedom. Something like a two-state solution. Something tells me that's not the direction he's going, though.
It's our land.
No, it's
this
not.
is a Jewish
land. The way
land.
that the state was created was
our
through
land.
the
And
ethnic
first of all, when you
cleansing
take, we
of
can.
I'm sorry. How do you start talking about right to self-determination and then try and remove that from the people who are living on territory you're currently occupying?
It's just not, I did not interrupt you.
Diana, let him finish his point, Diana.
Okay. First of all, when you say we've been there for hundreds of years, the word Palestine, it's an invention of British colonialism. It was invented in 1920. It did not exist under the Ottoman Empire.
Again,
so when this story starts, it's a colonial invention. So when you say Palestine, and you can't even pronounce it in Arabic because there's no P in Arabic, that's why we say Philistine, right?
There's no J in Hebrew.
We did not conquer.
All right, Emmanuel, I'm going to bring you back to my question and then move on. What do you make of Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir referring to Arabs in the most dehumanizing race? Are you going to deny that as well?
Like every society, we have our extremists.
Okay.
It's
Like every society, we have our extremists, says the guy who's like literally like doing like the equivalent here of like denying war crimes, denying genocide, denying ethnic cleansing. Absolutely wild. We have extremists, not me, but those people are going too far. It's honestly insane.
It's a democracy. I don't agree with them, but we have like
I don't know how guys. There have been there's some disturbing signs of what's going on in Israel, and like when we talk about how fascism is a death cult, like it quite literally, like it is not a non-creative force. It is something that can only destroy, and ultimately destroys itself. Can I find this? I would really like to know. We need an article from one second. I'm trying to find an article right now about the state of Israeli society. Come on. I'm trying to find it here. I'm so frustrated. There was an article recently about how Israel's policy relating to like its internal stability. Maybe I can find it here. No, okay. All right, never mind. Oh, wait. Excellent. Found it. Here we go. Here we go. Found it. Oh man, I would really like this article to not be paywalled. Jesus Christ. Real quick. Here we go. Just take a look here. This is an article titled, Israel will collapse within a year if the war of attrition against Hamas and Hezbollah continues. This article was published a couple weeks ago by one Yitzhak Brick, who is an Israeli general. Okay? This is not like some hippy dippy like nonsense from some guy who's not at all related to the events that are ongoing. He's a general for the IDF. And let's see here. I'm just going to read a bit of it here. Most of the pretentious declarations made by Defense Minister Yoav Gallant throughout the war in Gaza have been proven to be groundless. After the occupation of Gaza City, he said Israel was in total control of the city and its tunnels, and within a short time, Hamas would surrender. After the occupation of Khan Yunis, he claimed that Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar was running in the tunnels by himself and had lost control of his men, and within a few days he would be caught. With these pronouncements, Gallant, along with his colleagues, IDF Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has been throwing dust in the eyes of the Israeli public. Recently, it appears that Gallant has begun to sober up. When the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, he declared the concept of total victory in Gaza is nonsense. And it seems that he has begun to realize that failing to reach a hostage deal with Hamas would lead to a regional war that would put Israel in serious danger. This realization prompted him to call for a discussion in the government or security cabinet intended to warn everyone involved. The apparent goal of the discussion is to ensure the responsibility rests not only on him, but is shared by all the government ministers. I assume that Defense Minister Gallant already understands that the war has lost its purpose. Israel is sinking deeper into the Gazan mud, losing more and more soldiers as they get killed or wounded without any chance of achieving the war's main goal, bringing down Hamas. The country really is galloping towards the edge of an abyss. If the war of attrition against Hamas and Hezbollah continues, Israel will collapse within no more than a year. Terror attacks are intensifying in the West Bank and inside the country. The reservist army is voting with its feet following recurring mobilizations of combat soldiers, and the economy is crashing. Israel has also become a pariah state, prompting economic boycotts and an embargo on arms shipments from various nations. We are also losing our social resilience as the growing hatred between different parts of the nation threatens to ignite and to bring to its destruction from within. Sinwar and Hezbollah leader Hasan Nasrallah understand Israel's dire situation. What Israel could have achieved earlier with a hostage/ceasefire agreement has become impossible due to the new conditions that Netanyahu introduced into the proposed deal. Those involved in the negotiations in Doha claim that they have no maneuvering space to negotiate because their hands are tied, which, by the way, is absolutely true. Netanyahu keeps introducing more and more bullshit into the negotiations. Right now, the current thing he's thrown in as a wrench into the negotiating process is that he's now saying that the IDF needs to control the southern border crossing of Gaza and have IDF troops stationed in Egypt, which is not a tenable idea to the Egyptians. They don't want the IDF in Egypt. Not at all. Like, it's laughably transparent how Netanyahu is trying to sabotage sabotage these. Yeah, they want the IDF to have complete control over the border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. That is untenable. In light of the new situation, a threat by Iran and Hezbollah to attack Israel in response of the killing of 2 senior officials is materializing in the region. The use of assassinations is a step threatening to ignite the entire Middle East, decided upon by 3 pyromaniacs, Netanyahu, Gallant, and Chief of Staff Halevi, without thinking about the significance of their irresponsible decisions. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. All of the paths chosen by Israel's political and military leadership are leading the country down a slippery slope. One dictator controls the fate of the country, and a flock of sheep follow him blindly. Netanyahu decided to, quote, die with the Philistines, unquote, in this case, the citizens of Israel, only to retain his power. He's lost his humanity, basic morality, norms, values, and responsibility for Israel's security. Only replacing him and his cronies as soon as possible can save the country. Israel has entered an existential tailspin that could soon reach a point of no return. This entire thing was written by, and there's more to it. If you can get behind the paywall, I would recommend reading it. But this entire thing was written by Major General Yitzhak Brick. And he served in the Armored Corps as a brigade, division, and troop commander, and was commander of the IDF military colleges. So, this is not some, this is not some guy who has no insight into this situation whatsoever. Well, unfortunately with Otro, we're in the unfortunate position of having to deal with the reality that Likud, as a political organization, has created an army of Netanyahus. Even if you got rid of Benjamin Netanyahu, there are 10 others just as, if not more, bloodthirsty, ready to replace him. And I don't know that there is any force currently active in Israeli politics that can put a stop to the course that they are currently on. I think there is only one possible way to de-escalate things and possibly stop this fascistic death spiral that Israel's in, and that's if the United States steps in to try and force a ceasefire. So, anyway, back to this.
Every society, we have our extremists.
And yours are in government.
Yes, well, I didn't vote for this government. I wish they were not in the government.
Okay, Daniel hasn't spoken. Daniel Levy.
When I was in a Zionist youth movement and president of the World Junior Jewish Students, being pumped with the talking points and the propaganda points, I really think they were more sophisticated, and I may be misremembering this. I genuinely cannot believe that this is what now constitutes an Israeli attempt at defending and putting your best foot forward. But then I look at the reality in Israel today, and of course that's what it should look like, because what's the reality we're living in? And let me take 2 snapshots. First of all, it's really not that surprising that we've got to this point when you consider the impunity with which the external community and Israel's allies and the West and the US treat Israel, despite the litany, the entire spectrum of violations of international law and of human rights. And yet every time there's an excuse, there's a veto at the United Nations, then there's more arms. And in that respect, Don't expect Israelis to come up with better talking points when they don't have to, because you're willing to run cover for them and create completely the wrong incentive structure.
Please respond briefly.
I must protest. You've brought three people in a panel, two of whom are pro-Palestinian,
Yes.
anti-Zionist.
That's the purpose of the panel, yes.
It's supposed to be two against one. That's the way you've organized this.
Yes, we did ask you to watch the show before you came here.
I consider myself pro-Jewish,
No, you're not.
pro-Palestinian,
No.
pro-human. I consider myself...
Okay.
What a man. Good dude.
Let me finish. Please. Let me finish. You are a pro-Palestinian propagandist. That's all you've become, just so that you know that.
Let's go around the audience. We're going to try and see where we've got some hands up. We're going to go to gentleman here, third row with the jacket on.
Just if you could say something more from an Israeli perspective in terms of the threat they face from Hamas as an Islamist movement which is pledged to slaughter all the Jews in Israel. That's what it says in its charter, never revoked charter. If you could explain that in more detail, please.
The Hamas is a small organization with a small army of terrorists. It doesn't represent, in my view, an existential threat to Israel.
Oh. So it's not... Is it a genocide then? Like, were they doing an act of genocide against Israel? Or was it just like a terrorist attack? Is it like this seems to contradict everything he just said. Like, if it's not an existential threat, how on earth are you justifying, 20,000 children being killed in pursuit of this?
But as part of the larger Muslim radical Arab world.
When you say if the U.S. steps in, do you mean sanctions and cessation of providing Israel with weapons, or U.S. troops on the ground? I mean sanctions and cessation of providing Israel with weapons, and also using diplomatic back channels. I firmly believe that if the United States sanctioned or ceased providing material aid to Israel until it changed its policies, I think that they would change it. Like, it would be like an almost overnight change in Israeli policy. I don't... Like they cannot afford losing the good graces of the world's preeminent superpower that protects them diplomatically, economically, and militarily. Like they cannot survive without being propped up in that way. Good night, Dragonfly. Don't worry, this will be a segment.
That part of it, including Iran, together, they do represent an existential threat to Israel. Israel is not fighting merely the Hamas, it's fighting the Houthis, it's fighting militias in Syria and Iraq, it's fighting the Hezbollah, orchestrated by the Iranians at the moment, which wants to destroy Israel, yes.
Lady here in the third row on the second.
My question is to Deanna or Daniel, because I want an honest and truthful answer. Given the decades-long brutality against the Palestinians by the Israeli government without much regard for international law or consequences, should we have seen the escalation in this genocide coming? And what could be the global implications when states disregard international law to justify and even normalize genocide?
Diana, briefly.
We've gotten to a point in this world where the world tells us that nothing can justify October 7th, and yet everything that Israel has done since October 7th can be justified by October 7th. That's a distorted world, and we have to understand what this occupation has meant. It's been violent from day one. The Nakba was violent, and what we're seeing today is a continuation of that Nakba. For world order to be restored, we need to have a system where all states are held to account, not where we get to have a country that says it's time to bomb.
Yeah, it turns out international law needs to actually mean something.
Iran, because they might have a nuclear weapon. Big secret, Israel has a nuclear weapon too.
Gentleman in the brown jacket, and then the gentleman here in the blue jumper.
I know that we're on Al Jazeera, a Qatari station. What do we think about the fact that Qatar has funded Hamas for so long, persecuting Gazan Palestinians. And also, we haven't heard one mention of the 120 hostages still being kept. And what pressure could Qatar be putting on Hamas to release those hostages immediately, regardless of all the rest of this?
Well, Qatar has been supporting the Hamas for at least a decade with money, propaganda, etc., probably using Al Jazeera also in that fashion. This should end.
Yeah, the Houthis are like a bigger threat to like Saudi Arabia, like frankly, like they're not at all really a threat to Israel.
I think normal states shouldn't support what the world regards, or at least the Western world regards uniformly as a terrorist organization. It's true that Hamas is still holding 120 Israeli hostages, women, children, octogenarians.
Fewer today, largely due to the actions of Israel, but you know, you gotta keep gotta keep bombing those civilians. Am I right?
2-year-olds and whatever. They had 250 in the beginning. Now it's been reduced to 120. Many of them killed by Hamas people.
And many also shot and bombed by Israel.
Many of them killed by Hamas.
And by Israelis.
And by Israelis. Also, Israelis also killed some of the hostages. Hopefully they will be released.
Okay. We hope they will be released. I would just say one thing. Why did the Israeli government prop up Hamas for so long and encourage Qatar to send money to Gaza?
Stupidly. Out of...
Like, even Benny Morris is like, yeah, Israel really created Hamas here. Listen how quickly he responds to that.
Prop up Hamas. We hope they will be released. I would just say one thing. Why did the Israeli government prop up Hamas for so long and encourage Qatar to send money to Gaza?
Stupidly. Out of... They're not hearing my answer.
I'm just wondering.
You asked the question, so let me answer.
You give a long answer to that.
The answer is that the Israeli government under Netanyahu behaved stupidly, and this was part of the incompetence of...
Yeah, his main problem here is like the colonial project isn't efficient enough.
Of Netanyahu.
I don't think it was incompetence. Let's go to the gentleman here in the blue jumper. Let's take his microphone.
I'm Martin Shaw, and I wrote a book called What is Genocide?
Perfect person. What is genocide,
I wanted to bring
Martin?
Benny back to Gaza, because he said it's a war, and there's collateral damage, and that Hamas knew. And that may be true, but, I mean, the real point is that Israel knew, isn't it? That if you bend the rules of war so that 100 people can be killed for one militant, if you do that thousands and thousands of times with 2,000-pound bombs, you know that the whole of Gaza is going to be a ruin. You know.
What an absolute Chad. Absolute Chad behavior here. Like, yeah. If you manipulate the language that you're using and you're saying, oh, well, you know, they hide behind human shields, so we're justified in killing as many human shields as we do, but that you're getting one militant for every 100 or every 10 civilians, like you're going to like wipe out the population.
Know that you're going to destroy that society, and that the only way we can understand that in an overall sense is not a series of war crimes. It is one big crime, and I think the name for that is genocide.
Absolutely.
Do you want to respond to that? Hold on, let him respond.
I think I've already made the point. The Hamas, when it attacked Israel on the 7th of October, knew that Israel would retaliate with bombing and knew that lots of Gazan civilians would die.
Yeah, but that doesn't absolve Israel of the responsibility of how they responded. Like, you can't be like, well, you see, you knew that person you punched in the face would respond violently. Therefore, you're responsible if the person you punched in the face pulls out a gun and murders your entire family. Like, that's not how that works, man. Like, pretty clearly.
They were hoping for that because that looks good on Western television images. But they say that killing a lot of Gaza civilians is good because they go to heaven. They become martyrs. So this is...
Again, that has nothing to do with how Israel chooses to respond.
This is allowed.
Benny, can I ask you a question? Can I hold on?
Did I say something wrong?
No, I just want to follow your logic.
The Hamas knew that.
I just want to follow your logic. Your argument is Hamas knew that if they did this, we'd do a genocide, so we did a genocide.
Not genocide, no. You're misusing.
Like they knew that we would come and kill lots of people, so we did. It's a very weird argument.
They knew that Israel would kill lots of Gazans.
They knew that Israel would kill lots of Gazans. Not a great
yes, they knew that. Going after the Hamas, they knew that lots of Gazan civilians would be killed, and they were happy with this because of international pressure, which would result.
Okay, we're running out of time. I want to take a gentleman in the suit. Yes.
He just thinks it's good to kill Palestinians. Like, I feel like that's ultimately what's at the baseline here.
Morris, you say that the ICC should issue an...
Oh, Mr. Anderson, that would be an excellent question. It'd be really nice if Mehdi Hasan asked that question. What I would love to see him. I would love to see Benny Morris asked what he thinks a good exit strategy would be, because it's very clear, I think, to me that Benny Morris doesn't actually believe in an exit strategy here.
Arrest warrant against the Israeli Prime Minister and the Israeli War Minister, Yoav Gallant. But on the 9th of October, they imposed a total siege on 2.3 million civilians in Gaza, depriving them of water, medicine, food. That is what they're accused of, starvation as a weapon of war, something that the Syrian and the Russian regimes were accused of. Do you condemn that?
Has anybody been died in Gaza of starvation? This is
yes,
this is total nonsense. The Israeli, you want me to answer?
Yes, I do.
What do you want me to answer?
But I want some evidence. You can't just say things that are false. I'm not going to let you say that.
The Israeli government, I think the ministers debated whether to cut off water, cut off electricity, etc., etc.
And then they did. Like pretty demonstrably. Like
they eventually resolved not to do that, and though
is Benny Morris stupid? They did it.
Though lots of reporters have been saying, and the United Nations, that Gaza is on the verge of starvation, on the verge of famine, etc., etc.
No, they aren't saying it's on the verge of famine anymore. Since July, they have labeled it a famine. And just real quick, a famine classification is the highest on the IPC scale, phase 5, and occurs when at least 20% of the population faces extreme food shortages, acute malnutrition rates exceed 30%, meaning that people experience the most extreme and visible form of undernutrition, and 2 out of 2,000 people die from starvation on a daily basis. On a daily basis. Now, there's an estimated 2.1 million, 2.14 million we'll say. Let's just do a little bit of back of the napkin math here. All right, if you have 2,140,000 people, right? Divide that by 1,000. Now multiply it by 2. All right? Hundreds of people are dying every day in Gaza. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. And this is not even counting like people who are dying underneath like collapsed buildings.
That has not happened.
Benny, how do you know that? How do you know that? Hold on, stop heckling. How do you know that, Benny? And please,
I haven't
talk. You don't
read
just have to
any report of anyone dying of starvation.
There have been many reports.
I haven't read any.
So that makes it nonsense because you haven't read any.
I haven't heard of anybody dying of starvation.
You don't think there's a famine in northern Gaza?
No, I think there's a food problem there. Food
Do you think there's a famine in northern Gaza?
I don't know what the word famine means. There is a food problem. There's malnutrition. This I have heard.
But nobody's died. They've all conveniently stayed alive.
As far as I know, nobody has died of starvation in the Gaza Strip, as far as I know.
I've read quotes from you saying you're a historian, you look at the sources, you find the evidence, and now you're like, I don't know what famine means, I haven't seen anything. Maybe it's a big claims you're making. You should back it up with some evidence.
You should back it up. Tell me a report in which somebody has died of starvation.
Cindy McCain.
Who's Cindy McCain?
Is the head of the World Food Programme. She's the widow.
She's the widow. She said what?
She's the widow of Senator John McCain, the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime.
She said what?
She said northern Gaza is in a full-blown famine and that there are children, women and children in skeletal states there.
Did she say somebody died of starvation? I'm asking you.
When someone is telling you that there are firsthand witnesses, eyewitnesses who have seen human skeletons moaning for food, and your response is, well, have they died from starvation yet? There's something wrong. To me, this is like this is like saying no one in the concentration camps is dying of starvation. It's just not true. It's just not true. It's just apologia for mass murder.
Did anybody die of starvation?
Yes, there have been documented cases. Read the newspapers. Read the humanitarian
What you just quoted didn't talk about starvation.
You said there was no famine a moment ago.
I didn't say. I said I don't know what famine is.
Yeah, in June 2024, Cindy McCain, the head of the World Food Programme, stated children and adults were dying from starvation after being reduced to the, quote, size of a skeleton, unquote.
Get out, and it's at the core of the discussion. Let's take another question. Gentleman in the green jacket's been waiting a while.
Hi, my question is to Benny. I just want to know, if you were Palestinian, right, and you were born in Palestine, would you, given the circumstances, support a Palestinian's right to resistance in the form that they have?
Instantly, yeah, of course.
The form I would support Palestinian resistance if I was living under Israeli occupation, yes.
Which is what the Palestinians are.
Yes.
Benny. This man is full of internal contradictions, and there's not enough therapy on the planet to untangle this.
Benny, we're out of time. It's a very interesting question he posed, very interesting answer. I do want to ask about, because I watched a recent discussion you did, and you were telling your opponent, you need to have empathy, you need to put yourself in other people's shoes. So let's just continue on gentleman's very good question, I thought. I mean, if you were a kid in Gaza right now, and you saw your home blown up by the Israeli Air Force, You saw your parents incinerated in front of you. You're starving. What's your view of Israel going to be?
It'll probably be very negative, but it might also be negative towards the Hamas who generated this conflict. And
this viewpoint is so wrong-headed. If Hamas is the only means you have of getting a scrap of vengeance for someone who's lost everything, why would, like, what possible reason would that kid or that young man or that, you know, insert anyone have for not trying to take that? They have nothing else.
And led to that home being bombed.
You think that's what the kid is thinking when he sees his parents killed by an Israeli bomb?
He might think both things.
What would you think if you were that kid?
Probably I would describe the death of his parents to an Israeli bomb and to the Israelis. But I might, on reflection later, think maybe the Hamas shouldn't have slaughtered so many Israelis on the 7th of October, which led to this.
I'm genuinely asking, is that your talking point, or is that, as a human being, that's how you would feel?
As a human being, I think I would feel anger towards those who had just killed my parents, but I think growing up and on reflection, I might think that the Hamas had led to this.
Unspeakable.
I might
Quite the empathy I was looking for, but we will, I mean, if that's your honest answer, I'll take it.
That's my answer.
I appreciate that. Benny Morris, thank you for joining me on the show today. Thank you to our audience in London.
Absolutely insane. Just to cap it off, okay? Here's an article from, well, I guess a month ago, from the Times of Israel. A quote from one Bezalel Smotrich. It may be justified to starve 2 million Gazans, but the world won't let us. And if you think that is like this is one of the most powerful people in Israel. He is one of the war ministers. He's one of the 3 ministers in charge of the war. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich implied on Monday that he believes blocking humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip is justified and moral, even if it causes 2 million civilians to die of hunger. But the international community won't allow that to happen. This is the direct quote. We bring in aid because there is no choice. We can't, in the current global reality, manage a war. Nobody will let us cause 2 million civilians to die of hunger, even though it might be justified and moral. Like, I don't think the starving Palestinian child who saw their parents murdered by an Israeli bomb is going to stumble across something like this and be like, ah, yes, but Hamas is the real problem too. No. When the leaders of the country who are that is murdering you are outright saying, actually, we should kill all 2 million people in the Gaza Strip, that would actually be moral and justified. No, I don't think that's the conclusion they're going to come to. They've all gone mad. It is a fervor of genocide. So when I talk about how I like genuinely, I don't think that there is a force internal to Israel that is capable of diverting them from this path of self-destruction that they have set themselves on. The fascist self-immolation that they are undergoing. I truly mean it. They are fixated on frankly, they're fixated on a genocide. That's what they want to do. Literally, like, if you're like, well, it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. The leaders of the country are saying publicly, this wasn't, by the way, this wasn't a private quote. Smotrich said this at a conference, at a news conference put together by a media outlet. This wasn't done behind closed doors, guys. This wasn't secret. You effing? No. This was said at a conference in Yad Binyamin, hosted by the right-wing Israel Hayom outlet. And this is being reported in the Times of Israel. There is not, this isn't sustainable. And again, like, there are currently protests against Benjamin Netanyahu, but guys, even if they oust Benjamin Netanyahu, they're not going to replace him with somebody who's better on this issue. It's deeply, deeply disturbing. Anyway, fascism is a death cult, and it will burn out everyone and everything around it. They're just waiting to be stopped. They won't let us. Well, basically, Smotrich is bemoaning the fact that they have to be cleverer about their attempts at eliminating Palestinians. Like, he would prefer if they just, like, could starve them all to death, but instead they have to be, come up with a more creative solution. A more creative final solution, I guess. God. Absolutely wild. But again, hats off to Mehdi Hasan for this incredible conversation and unmasking. Like, truly, I feel like more Americans need to see the unmasking of these Zionist figures like Benny Morris. Like, Benny Morris can talk and seem like just a normal person, you know? So it's excellent work on Mehdi's part to actually, like, pull the mask off of that and see, like, the monster underneath. Well, folks, we've been going for 5 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those super chats, those memberships, because this show is only made possible by viewers like you. I could not do it without your financial support. This is my full-time job. I can't spend 5 to 8 hours actually probably like 8 to 10 hours a day during the week working on this type of coverage without your help. So please consider supporting the show, supporting the stream. What did you think of the Minecraft movie trailer? I thought it looked visually jarring. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, Biden, I held out a lot of hope for Biden being moved over on Gaza, but it's become increasingly apparent that he's just ideologically committed to Zionism in a way that I was not expecting. Hey, Spicy Diarrhea. Whew. How was that debate? It was really, really good. I highly recommend you check out the VOD. But folks, I am exhausted. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been running on 3 hours of sleep all day. This is my third energy drink today, and I'm feeling not good. So please support stream, and please do the things, hit the buttons, whatever. Great segment. Thank you, Statman. I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like I'm just kind of screaming into the void. Anyway, Twitch folks, I'm going to raid you guys into Real Radhom, a real rad dude. And y'all have a good one. If you're on YouTube, come on over to riverboat.gg and you can like watch the stream and hang out with folks. And also, please tune in tomorrow. We're going to do more segments, and we'll also be doing Peepo's Court. So tune in, show up, have fun, and get some sleep and exercise when you wake up. I've been running like 3 to 7 miles like every day, somewhere in there on the elliptical, and it's been really good for me. Hell yeah. For some good news, I found out tonight at work that I'll be getting out of assembly and into a classified job in December. It's being an FPA in quality control. Congratulations, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for the $20 super chat as well. You just super viewer over here. Mr. Anderson, congratulations. That's wonderful news. We got someone's feeding the dono ghost. And with that, good night, Twitch chat. Boop-a-doo-boop-boom. It's time to say goodbye. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-da.